Good morning. We are here today to talk about grant writing. I want to welcome you all to this workshop today. This is a new experience for me to teach a workshop without being able to see you all. And I know this has been a wonderful week at Literacy Texas at the conference. So I hope you've had a great time. I hope you've learned a lot for your program. And I hope today will be another day of great learning for you as we talk about how to write grant proposals and get some funding for your programs. So I'm Kathryn Thompson. I'm happy to be here with you today. We're going to go through lots of information throughout the day. We have a lot of information I'm going to share with you, and I hope you'll have a wonderful time. We do have a way that you can participate in a poll that will be coming up, and chatting back and forth and letting me know what your questions are, and I'll do my best to answer those. So we're going to get started. I just want to go over the plan for the day with you today. This morning we're going to do some introduction and overview. We'll be talking about the 8 components of successful grant applications before lunch. We'll have a lunch break, we hope, around 12:15, depending on how the timing is going. From 1:30 to 2:30, we will go beyond the basics and then begin talking about actually what you put in your proposal. And then in the afternoon, we'll continue on with the writing part of a grant proposal, some tips for how to write a good proposal. And then we'll finish up with final comments that I'll share with you. The objectives of this workshop are, first of all, to make sure you understand the basics of grant funding, how it works, why it's important, how you can find funding for your program through grant applications. Secondly, to recognize the primary components of a grant proposal. Third, to understand the process of research, writing, and submission of a grant application. And last, to learn the fundamentals of writing the proposal. I will also be sharing with you, as I said, my more than 30 years of fundraising and nonprofit management. I've written grant proposals for as little as $500 and as much as $500,000, and I've gotten those funded. And so what I want to do today is share with you what I've learned through the process. If you've never written a grant proposal, this will be totally an introduction to you. If you've written some grants and gotten them funded, or perhaps not gotten them funded, you know that there's a lot involved in the whole process, and that's what I want to share with you today. I want to be able to tell you what I've learned through the ups and downs, a lot that I've learned from mistakes that I've made, and then what I've learned from attending workshops and actually talking to funders, asking them, what did I do right, what did I not do right, what could I do better the next time. That's what I want to share with you today. And that's what we're going to do. We do have a poll, and I'm not sure if that's up, but if it is, then what I want to learn from you is oh, there it is. I see it now. Okay. So we have a poll in progress. How many grant proposals have you written on your own before? And by on your own, I mean a proposal that you were responsible from start to finish. Something, maybe you've been involved in the process, but how many that you actually did yourself? If you've never done one before, maybe this is your very first time out to even think about it, or maybe you've done 1 or 2, maybe 3 or 4 or 5, or some of you may have done 6 or more, and you're here today because you want to know a little bit about how you could do a better job or get some new ideas, and I'd like to know that. So I can see now on my screen the results of the polling, and we're going to leave that up. Let me see just a minute if I can tell. Oh, it looks like pretty much everybody has answered it. Okay. Oh, no, we have way more people. I'm sorry. We're gonna see if we can leave that up for a few minutes if you can answer the poll. And I apologize because this is my first time, so let me make sure that we give everybody a chance.
Okay. Well, let me relaunch it.
Okay. Okay. She's going to relaunch the poll so everybody can get a chance to answer the poll.
If you
So
voted
again, I
last,
just want to know how many you've done.
if you voted last time, please vote again.
Okay. She's going to launch it again so that everybody has a chance to vote.
Okay, we're waiting on 3 more people.
The reason that I asked Literacy Texas to help us put up this poll is I just wanted to get an idea of who I'm talking to. Normally, of course, if we were doing this at the conference in the nice hotel where we usually do it, I'd be able to see you all. We'd be in the room together and we'd be able to chat a little bit face to face. And I'd have a little bit of an understanding of where you all are. And so it gives me an opportunity to kind of understand a little bit of who I'm talking to. And again, sorry, I can't see you all, so I don't really know. Okay, well, it looks like more than half of you have not ever written a grant proposal before, and another third have only written 1 or 2, and a few of you have tried and maybe written 6 or more. So that's great. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for participating in the poll. That's very helpful to me. So what I want to say, throughout the day, as I said, I'm going to be sharing the information that I have learned as I've done that. Let me get that out so I can go from there. Okay, I'm going to be sharing with you information that I have learned, and my slides are not going forward. For some reason, my slides aren't working. Hold on just a minute. Let me see if I can see what's going on here. Emily, I don't know if you can hear me, but my slides are not progressing after we took down the poll. Can you help me with that?
Make sure your mouse is over the slide, and maybe try exiting out.
Okay, there we go. Okay, sorry about that. I kind of lost my train of thought, so sorry about that. But I'm going to be sharing information. What I wanted to say was, I'm happy to help you offline. So you'll be able to contact me. You can put something in chat if you want. If you have a specific question, I'll try to look at those during break. But if you have a question that really pertains to you personally, maybe your personal situation, and you can send me your email in the chat, and I can get with you offline. It may be not today if I don't have time during the break, but later this week or next week, and visit with you personally. I'm happy to do that because this is a big deal. I know it's important to you, and it's important to me, and I want to be able to help you. So let's get started talking about grant writing. So in this section, I want to talk about the basics of grant writing. What is a grant proposal? How do foundations work? And how you can create a grants calendar, which will help you track your grant writing. So first of all, what is a grant proposal? Well, I know you probably have an idea. Certainly those of you that have written one before, you know that a grant proposal is really a major gifts ask. That's what it is. It's just one that we do in writing instead of sitting down in front of somebody and actually presenting our case and asking. So we do it in writing, but all grant proposals end up in the hands of an individual. Whether you send it online or you put together a packet that you mail or hand deliver to somebody, at the end of the day, an individual is going to sit and read your grant proposal. Maybe many individuals, if they have a board that reviews all of the grant proposals, or a small committee, somebody's going to read your grant proposal. And that's where you want to be sure that when you write your proposal, that it appeals to the individual who is reading it. You want them to read it and say, yes, this is something I want to fund. So when you write the grant proposal, you want to make sure that you're writing it in a way that is a story, that you tell your story, that someone will say, this appeals to me. This is exactly the kind of thing we want to support. Now, there's really 2 approaches to writing grant proposals. One is what I call reactive, and one is proactive. Reactive is when you're reacting to an RFP. You may get notice from United Way. We have some funding, we want to give it away, and so we've issued an RFP, and it will have very specific guidelines. This is what our funding is for. It may be to serve a specific population. It may be to serve people in a specific zip code area. And the guidelines will be very clear. This is exactly what you can use the money for. and this is how you need to submit your proposal. It may be something from Literacy Texas. Literacy Texas gives out grants around the state to do training for very specific things. When I worked for Tarrant Literacy Coalition, we responded to some RFPs from Literacy Texas and used that money to host the DFW Literacy Symposium. So we were reacting to the RFP that we got. And those came to us. We scouted them out sometimes, but they actually came to us, and it was an RFP from a particular source. Proactive grant proposals are those that you go out and look and find a funder by doing research, by looking at foundation sites online, by searching through GuideStar, which is now called candid.org, but by going and looking and trying to find a foundation source that looks like it matches up with what you do. And that's what we're going to talk about more today, is going out, finding a source, researching, seeing that they fund adult literacy or that they're interested in education, finding them, matching them up with your needs and the needs of the people that you serve, and applying for a grant proposal. And that's what is important, in that you're actually proactively seeking funding from them. They didn't come to you. They're sitting there, they have money, they need to give it away, but they're not seeking you out and asking you to let them give you some money. Now, if you looked at the handouts, there were handouts available for this session, and I don't know if all of you saw those. I have the app for Literacy Texas on my phone for this conference, and in this session all the handouts were available. And so you should be able to access those as well, including just this morning we put up the PDF of this slide presentation. But there is a handout that talks about philanthropy in the United States. And the handout that I provided was actually talked about philanthropic giving in 2017. I just got the numbers for 2018. Of course, it runs about a year behind because it takes so long for organizations to do their tax returns. But in the 2018 numbers, what we've learned is that giving by foundations, which is where we write our grants to, foundations actually reached the highest level of giving ever in the history of foundation giving, and accounts for 18% of all charitable giving in the United States in 2018. And I suspect 2019 will be the same. In fact, in 2018, foundations gave away $77 billion to charitable organizations. And a piece of that is available to all of us. A big piece of that is available because many charitable foundations are interested in education, adult literacy, families, the kinds of programs that we're all working in. So it's important to know that. And remember, in 2018 was when there was a shift in the way we filed our taxes. There was a lot of volatility in the stock market, and that's where foundations make their money. They have investments. Their money is invested in a lot of different things, and that's where their profit comes in because their money through their investments. And yet, in spite of those things, still they gave away more than they had ever given before. So it's very important to remember that, and that foundations must, by law, give away 5% of the value of their corpus, even if they don't make 5% in their investments, but they usually do. But even if they don't, they're required by law to give away 5% of the value of their corpus. Now, the important thing to remember is there's lots of different kinds of foundations. There are corporate foundations, you know, Dollar General, and we're going to talk about them in just a few minutes. The Dollar General Foundation, BBVA, lots of banks have foundations. Lots of large industries have a corporate foundation. There are family foundations that are created because a family may have a family member who died and they set up a foundation in memory of that person, or many wealthy families just set up a foundation while they're still alive, which allows them to move money into their foundation for their charitable giving. We've all heard of Bill Gates is a great example. Obviously, Bill and Melinda Gates have established a tremendously large, one of the largest foundations in the world while they're still living, and that's how they give their money. But you also see many foundations established upon the death of someone in memory of them. There are community foundations, which operate under a totally different set of tax laws, but those allow people to, what I say, park their money in a fund at a community foundation so that they can go ahead and give the money in a certain tax year, but oftentimes they give it to the community foundation and let it sit there until maybe 2 or 3 years later when they're ready to make a gift. And then they advise the community foundation that they would like some money out of their fund to be given to another charity or to a charity in their community. The community foundation is not obligated to take that advice, but they always do. So community foundations have money, and community foundations always have unrestricted funds, funds that have been given to them by their donors just to say, give it in the community. And at Tarrant Literacy Coalition, we received community foundation funds that were ours to get to work on different projects. So again, remember, foundations must give away their money, but foundations also have various areas of interest. Some of them only want to give to the arts. Some want to give to education. Some want to give to a specific health issue. They may want to give to cancer or heart disease or young children or older adults. They generally have a geographic preference. Foundations may want to only give in Texas. They may want to only give in your county or my county. You have to figure those things out, and we'll talk about that in just a minute about how you do that when you're approaching a foundation. If a foundation only wants to give in South Texas, for example, because that's where they made their money, that's where their family is, it wouldn't make any sense for me to write a proposal to them in North Texas. They're just not going to give. And of course, then foundations often have a preference for what type of giving they give. Many foundations, well, not many, but there are foundations that only want to give to capital campaigns. They like to do bricks and mortar. They like to support buildings. They want to see their name up on the building. And if that's what they want to do and that's what they restrict their giving to, there's no reason for me to write a proposal to them and ask them to sponsor an ESL class. They might sponsor an ESL building, a building for me to have classrooms in, but they're not going to sponsor books and supplies and help pay for a teacher. That's not what they do. Others don't want to do those kinds of things at all. They want to do programs and operating. They want to support those kinds of programs. So that's the kind of thing that you want to know about a foundation. Your job is to figure out if the needs that you're trying to meet, if it's, for example, adult literacy, ESL, children's literacy, does that fit within what they want to do? Does it fit within what they say they want to do? And that is where the research comes in. Now, GuideStar.com, or GuideStar.org, I'm sorry, has always been my go-to. On that website, you can find all kinds of things. They have recently merged with the Foundation Center out of New York and changed their name now to Candid.org. You can find it, it's easy to find, or you can, if you already have an account with GuideStar, you can look up GuideStar. When you look it up, you can set up an account. If you work for a nonprofit, you create your own username and password, and you can look up foundations on there all day long. Even if you're not really sure of the exact name of a foundation that you're searching for, you can put it in generally, and many of them will come up, and you can look around and do a search. It's just like any kind of online search you've ever done, and find the foundation that you're looking for. And when you do, you can find a wealth of information that will be helpful to you in trying to decide if this is a foundation you want to approach for a donation. Here's what you're looking for. And let me just say, there is another handout in the set of handouts that is some of the pages out of the Dollar General Foundation website, which if you have it, I'll tell you what you can look for. If you don't have it, just know that it's available for you there in the handouts, and you can get it and look for it a little bit later. But let me tell you some of the things that you can find on a foundation's tax return. right at the top, you can find the copy of the name of the foundation, the exact name of the foundation, and you can find the principal officer of that foundation. Now, for the Dollar General Foundation, that name honestly doesn't mean anything to me and probably doesn't mean anything to you. But if you're looking at a foundation in your own community and you look at their tax return, because you want to look at their most recent tax return, their 990, then you can look and see the name of the principal officer, and if it's in your community, you want to look and see if that's somebody you know. It may not be anybody you know, but it may be somebody that one of your board members knows. And so you want to make note of that name. Many times when I have written grant proposals and I have looked up the tax return of a foundation, looked at their most recent 990, seen a name, sent that name out to my board members and said, does anybody know this person? Many times I've had an occasion where one of my board members, or more than one of my board members, might say, yes, I know that person. I had a case when I worked for Tarrant Literacy Coalition where the name was not anybody I knew, but I sent it out to my board members, and one of my board officers immediately said, my son plays soccer with his son. So that was an opportunity for me to get an opening to get a meeting with that person, because I asked my board member to set up a time, could we go talk to that person? And what happened was, in that case, she said, let me give him a call. And that man, who was the principal officer for a very large foundation, said, well, let me just go visit with Kathryn. And so he came over to my office and chatted. And that was the beginning of a grant proposal that was for $15,000. And then they began to give to us every single year. All because I saw that name, and his son played soccer with my board member's son. So that's an important thing to look at. You can also see the amount of money that was given came in as revenue to that foundation that year. If you look at the Dollar General Foundation, you will see that in the most recent tax return that I gave you the handout for, they had 13.6 million placed in that foundation that year. That's about the amount that Dollar General puts in their foundation every year. They put anywhere from $13 to $15 million into their foundation every year. Of course, that's from revenue in the Dollar General stores. If it's a family foundation, you can see if they're continuing to put money into the foundation each year. And you can also see the total assets that that foundation has. Now that's important, because if you want to ask for, $15,000 and the total assets of the foundation is $100,000, you should know right away you're probably not going to get $15,000, because they're not giving away that kind of money. But if they have $50 or $60 million, then they have plenty of money to give away. If you look at the handout that I gave you from Dollar General, on the next page, there is always, well, it's on the next page of the handout. It was not the next page of the tax return, because Dollar General's tax return is a very big tax return, many pages. But if it's a family foundation, you can just keep scrolling through the pages, and you'll see a page where it shows how much money they have put into the foundation each year for the last 5 years. That tells you a couple of things. First of all, it tells you how much money they've put into this foundation for the last couple of years, the last 5 years. But it shows you a trend. Is the foundation growing? Is it getting smaller? Are they putting less and less money into the foundation? Is it staying about the same? Again, with the Dollar General Foundation, what you would see is over the last 5 years, they're putting anywhere from $13 to $15 million a year into their foundation. So they're very committed to adult literacy, because the Dollar General Foundation is, I hope you all know, is a big supporter of adult literacy, and most of their money goes to adult literacy programs. So you can see that on that trend. You can see on the next page of the Dollar General handout that I shared with you, is you can see who is on their foundation board. All tax returns of all foundations list who is on their corporate board. Again, I don't know the people at Dollar General Foundation. I wish I did, but I don't. But so they're just names to me. But if it was a foundation in my community, I absolutely would know probably some of those names. Now, if you live in a giant big city, you may not. But if it's in a relatively smaller community, you certainly may know those names, or your board members may know those names. And it's very important that you look at those names. And if you're going to write a proposal to a foundation, I strongly suggest that you send that list of those names out to your board members or anyone else you know, your family members, your friends from church, anyone you know, to say, do you know any of these people? Because I'm going to seek funding from this foundation, or I may seek funding from this foundation. And I need to know if I have any connection, if we have any connection to any of these board members. Because if you do, that's your entree to have a conversation with somebody to say, we'd like to get funding from this foundation. Is this, perhaps we have a connection here. Perhaps we could chat with somebody. Perhaps we can go to lunch with somebody. We can find out if they might be interested in funding our organization. Now, the other thing that you can tell on that page, and if you have the handout with you, you can look and see, is that it does list if those people receive any compensation. The Dollar General Foundation pays those people quite well to serve on their board, and you will see that with corporate boards very often. They're actually compensated for serving on their board. Local family foundations generally are not, but you will be able to see oftentimes if they have a paid staff person who is the director of their foundation, like an executive director. And it often will list their salary. And if you see that, what you'll realize is it pays a lot better to give away money than it does to work in a nonprofit like we do, because oftentimes they're very well compensated. But that just tips you off. It'll say that how many hours a week they work with board members, and sometimes it'll say 1 hour a week or 2 hours a week. But then you might see one that says 40 hours a week, and that's clearly their executive director or their foundation director. And it will often tell that they're compensated for that. And then there will be some pages that show what they spend to run the foundation. It'll just be office expenses. It may say rent, utilities, computers, things like that. There will be pages that show how they have their money invested. You can see where they have their stock, who they're buying stock in. You may see things like Exxon and all kinds of things like that. How they have their money invested. They're required to report that to the IRS. And then finally, what you're really wanting to get to is you will see the pages where it tells who they have granted money to and how much. That's what I'm always looking for. I really want to get to that because I want to see two things. Well, a couple of things. First of all, I want to see when I'm working for literacy, have they given to any other organization that's a literacy organization? I want to see, are they giving lots of literacy grants? Because if they are, then that's who I am. And if they're giving to literacy, that's great because I know that means they care about literacy. Adult literacy, preferably, if I'm working for adult literacy. I want to see what amounts they're giving. Are they making lots of $10,000 and $15,000 grants? But if that's what I'm looking for, or are they giving mostly $1,000 and $2,000 grants? And I'm looking for trends. So if I was needing to raise $15,000 from a grant proposal, and that's kind of what I've got in my mind, and then I go and look and I see that the average they're giving is $1,000 and $2,000 and $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000. I'm not going to write to them and ask them for $15,000 because clearly that's not what they do. On the other hand, if they're giving 15, 20, 25, and I had been thinking about asking them for 2 or 3, I wouldn't do that either because I don't want them to look at my project and say, well, we don't mess with those $2,000 or $3,000 proposals. We're in the $15,000, $25,000 range. And so I would know that that's where their comfort zone is. That's where they are. And so that's kind of their area. Now, if you see them all over, if you see grants for 5,000, 2,000, 15, 25, 50, 75, 100, then you know that they have all interest areas, and it's going to be your job to figure out how to what to ask for and how to sell them on the project that you have, and that gives you much more versatility. The other thing that I like to do is I like to look and see, have they given to anybody, any organization that I know somebody at? If it's a community, local foundation in my community, that's very often the case. I may see, oh, they've given to Meals on Wheels, and I know the Meals on Wheels director. I go to nonprofit stuff with her, and I pick up the phone and I say, hey, can I chat with you for a few minutes? I saw that you got a grant from, XYZ Foundation. tell me about it. You know, how'd it go? What happened? You know, how are they to work with? You have any tips for me? I have never had anybody say, I'm not going to tell you. I don't want to talk to you. I got my money and I don't care if you get your money. I've always had people say, oh yeah, let me tell you about it. Let me tell you what happened and how we got it. And this is what happened. And they said this and I said that. And it's a great way to connect with people. And then, of course, you want to remember to repay the favor. So if you get a grant from somebody and then somebody calls you down the road, you say, oh, yeah, let me tell you about that. This is what happened. And I went and talked to them, or they came out for a site visit, or I wrote my proposal, and this is what I got. And this is, you know, yeah, ask them. Or you might say, it was awful. I hated it. I got the money, but I don't ever want to deal with those people again. And it'd be up to them if they want to do it. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking to find out, looking for connections, ways to connect with people. And I have lots of stories how I have had things happen. I wrote a $100,000 grant proposal to a foundation that was in Tulsa, Oklahoma one time. I sent out the list of all the board members to my board members, and I had a board member who saw the list and said, that was my college roommate. And I was like, seriously? And he said, yeah, it was years ago. I mean, this was a man who was in his 50s. And I said, really? And he said, tell you what, get your proposal ready, give it to me. I will send it to him and get him to carry it up to the office. And that's what we did. And we got that $100,000 grant. Now, might we have gotten it if I just mailed it into the office like everybody else? Maybe so, perhaps so. I hope so. It was a good grant proposal. But maybe not. Maybe the fact that his old college roommate, who was on the board of that foundation, hand carried it up to the office of that foundation and said, you know, my college buddy is on the board of this organization. Let's give it a good look. Maybe that made all the difference in the world. So I'm always looking for connections. As far as the amounts, as I said, you know, when you're looking at what they've given before, I know that works. We just had a grant proposal that I worked on here at the Center of Hope, where I work now. We were going to ask for $15,000 to $18,000. We have a full-time director of development, so she works on those. She came to me and said, you know, what do you think? And I said, have you looked at their tax return? And she was like, no, I haven't. And I said, well, let's look at it. So we pulled it up and we looked at it, and we saw that they only gave a few $15,000 grants, but they'd given a lot of $5,000 and $10,000 grants. So we changed the proposal, and she asked for $11,000. We haven't heard back yet, but I think it was the right thing to do. I don't think we would have gotten $18,000 from them. It was way outside the range. They've never given us any money before, and I think it was not appropriate for our very first ask to be considerably outside the range. So, okay, let's move on. Let's talk about creating a grants calendar. So once you've done your research and you're looking at, you've gone to GuideStar, Candid.org, you've found some foundations that you want to consider, you think that, you know, these are the things I want to write to. The important thing is keeping track of everybody, keeping track of everything. Foundations all have different deadlines. Some are due every month of the year. And some change it up. Some may say we take proposals in April and September this year, but next year they change it up because their board members are traveling and they've decided we're not going to do it that way. So it's really important that you stay on top of when proposals are due, what you've got to get done to get them ready. Making a grants calendar is so important. And by that, a grants calendar is really nothing more to me than an Excel spreadsheet. You can go online and put in the search bar, grant tracking calendar, just those words, and you will find numerous samples of ways people do it. But basically, it's a way to keep track of when things are due, who the contact person is, what you think you may ask them for, what project you may ask them for, whether or not there's going to be a report due if you get funded, because most of them want a report afterwards. And it helps you keep your eye on the horizon, so that if this is, what are we into? We're in early August, and you've got a grant proposal that's due October 1st. You want to have a document in your computer on your desk that you're watching, so that on September 20th, you don't realize, oh my goodness, I've got a grant that's application that's due October 1st. It's great for tracking deadlines. It helps you make contacts, and it helps you manage your time well. It also helps you keep track of notifying other people that you need help with. For example, if you're the only person, now when I was at Tarrant Literacy Coalition, I was the director of development, the executive director, the personnel director, and the housekeeper at one time, many times. So I did everything. But where I work now at the Center of Hope, we have a full-time director of development, but I work on grants as well. We have a finance person, and we have a program director. So when we're going to write a grant proposal, we got to talk to the finance person to get the money numbers. We talk to the program director to get all the statistics about how many people we serve. Oh, and we have an adult literacy person too. So we talk to the program person if we need to get kind of big numbers. We talk to the adult literacy coordinator if we need to get numbers of students in classes and how many tutors we have and how many volunteers and all these different things. So we have lots of different people we have to talk to put together a grant proposal. And so if a grant is due October 1st, we can't wait until September 20th to start talking to all those people, because they all have other things on their plate. And some of them go on vacation, which we learned a couple of weeks ago as we were pushing up against a deadline. So having a grants calendar allows us to look at it and say, this is due on this date. We need to start way back of that to tell the people what we need, to be able to go to the finance person and say, I'm going to need a copy of the tax return, because that's one of the attachments that we'll talk about later. I'm going to need a copy of the tax return. I'm going to need a budget. I'm going to need, whatever it is we need from her. I need to go to the adult literacy person and say, listen, I'm going to need some numbers about tutors and classes, and hey, it sure would be great if you could get me a really good story about one of our recent graduates and maybe some good pictures. And I need to go to my program director and say, we want to start this new program, and let's talk about that. So having a grants calendar is so critically important. If you're starting out new, begin creating that. And again, you'll have my email at the end. I'm happy to send you some samples, but you don't really even need to get them from me, because you can find them online. But you always want to do that. Now, you also want to be available. Keep your time open so that if an opportunity drops from the sky, you can do that. So, for example, we had that happen just a couple of weeks ago here. Our director of development got an email about a possible funding opportunity. She's relatively new, and she really didn't recognize it for what it was. She was like, I don't think that's something we do. She sat on it for a week or 10 days and then finally sent it over to me. I, having been a long-time grant writer, said, oh, no, this is something we can go after. But it's a collaborative grant, and I'll probably mention it again later in the day. But it actually took a lot of time, and we kind of had to drop everything we were doing for about 4 days, pull in a lot of people, do meetings, do Zoom calls because they can't get together because of COVID, lots of phone calls back and forth. And we ended up putting together about a $90,000 proposal. And but it took a lot of time, and it wasn't even on our radar. It was something that a local organization put out an RFP for, and the timeline was extremely short. It was due August the 3rd, and but the part that we needed to submit was actually due July the 25th, and so it was a very, very short window of time, and we didn't even know it was going to come. On July 10th, we had no idea that opportunity was even going to be offered. So having a good grants calendar that allows you to know at any point in time what you've got on the horizon will allow you to plan your time better. And on that calendar is where you want to have the name of the foundation, who the contact is there, whether it's an online application you have to submit or one that you're going to have to write and put in an envelope and put in the mail or hand deliver. Phone numbers of contacts if you're going to want to call and talk to anybody over there. Again, what you would be asking for. Is this something you want to ask for maybe an ESL program for support, or maybe you want to ask just for general operating support to run your program. In general, what you think the amount you might ask for. Is this someone who's given to you in the past? So is it a repeat funder or is it brand new? So you're going to have to kind of start from scratch with them. Do you think you can get a visit? All of the details that you have. As you go along, then you build that calendar. So the grants calendar that we have here at Center of Hope is many pages long because we have a long history of receiving grants from funders over time. And when we do that, then we've built up history with people. So now on that Excel spreadsheet, we may have a particular foundation and it may show that they've given to us 5 or 6 times in the past. So we have all the history right there. There are programs you can buy if you have money to do that, actual online grants tracking programs. We just use an Excel spreadsheet and it works for us, and we can sort by anything. So we could sort by month if we want to see what all is available, what all is happening in a particular month, or we could sort by name of the foundation, or we could sort by amounts, or anything you can do with Excel spreadsheets. So, okay, so that is really just our first section. Just to kind of give us a little warm up. We are going to now go to break. And now that everybody's kind of gotten in and hopefully you've gotten your Zoom set up and gotten everything going, I am going to, let me see here. Oh, sorry. I should need to go back. But I'm just trying to, here we go. Yeah. Let me see if I can get this here. We're going to take a 15-minute break. And after break, we'll start in on the 8 components of successful grant proposals. So we will start back at 5 to 10. So you can turn off your video if you want, or you can leave it on, whatever you want to do, but we'll just take a 15-minute break and we will be back in 15 minutes.
Hi, Kathryn. Can you send, if you check the chat, there's an email address. Can you send the handouts to that person?
Yeah, I'm trying to get it to come up on my.
Oh,
Hang on just a minute.
If you pause screen sharing.
I'm trying to get it. Okay, pause. Now we go. I couldn't get it to pull up.
Okay.
Hang on a second. Oh, it won't pop up. Keeps forwarding my slides instead. Okay, is it in Q&A? Where is it?
It's in the chat.
I don't have chat. Is it in more? Oh, chat. There's chat.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let me go all the way to the top. Looks like we have a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. Okay. Who is it? Oh gosh.
So it'll be at the very bottom. It'll be the newest message.
Director at whatever. All the handouts?
Yes, they don't have the app downloaded.
Okay, so now I've got to get, how do I get out back to my documents? Oh. I don't know how to get to my documents. How do I do
that? Just wherever you have them stored on your computer should be fine.
I mean, my whole screen is filled with the. Oops, I don't want to do that. How do I get it smaller so I can get to my documents?
If you want, maybe pause your screen sharing or stop, and then we'll come back.
It says my screen sharing is paused.
Okay, then you should be able to get to your.
It's filled my whole screen. Let's see if I can.
Okay, click escape.
Oh, escape. Oh, okay, there we go. Sorry.
Great.
Okay, so now I need to go to Outlook.
Yeah, if you want to send them to me as well, I can potentially send them.
was her. And then let me send them to you. Okay. Well, there's a ton of, well, not a ton of them. That's okay. I can do it. No. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Let me stay open. Okay, let's see. What happened? Oh, I opened it instead of attaching it.
Mhm.
Why is it not staying open? Oh, handouts. Oh, did it again. Let's see how many are there? Okay, one more. Oops. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay. I just did. Okay. Now. Okay. Should be back then. Okay. So Emily, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
So is my video showing or is just you showing?
I see your slide, the 8 components of successful grant proposals.
No, I mean when
Oh.
I'm speaking to them, am I showing or just you showing? Can they see me or can they only see you?
They don't see me at all. So they could see you when you had the camera on. Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure. I couldn't remember.
And it did crop back to only showing the.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Okay, I received the email. So.
Okay. I don't know why. Oh, I can't get the little thing to pop up at the bottom. It's like I'm having a hard time getting it to pop up. But anyway, somebody. So the person who raised their hand.
I'm sorry.
When it came up and said, "Oh shoot, I messed up." When it came up and said, "So and so has raised their hand."
Didn't want to put it up for a second, but we can't take questions like that.
Okay. Okay.
There's only one other question that was in the chat. Someone asked if you would provide the philanthropy.
You'll have to give it in the form of a PDF, please. All of the handouts were in the form of a PDF. I mean, if she got it from Steve, they were all PDFs.
Well, this different person. Well,
I know.
I copied it
I
so that
just
you
sent
could find it easily.
everything I just sent to you was PDFs, weren't they?
Yes. Then I will make sure that this person gets it.
Okay.
This different person. So.
Okay. Everything I sent to Steve, all the okay. Oh, she wanted to know what an RFP was.
2018.
I don't have the 2018 one. I only have the 2017 because 2018 I just took the numbers. I didn't. There isn't a handout.
Okay.
I just researched the numbers day before yesterday.
Okay, that's good. Then.
What is an RFP? Oh shoot, I can't. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I actually answered that one for you.
I just forgot that people don't know what an RFP is. I need to make a note of that. Wow, they're really newbies if they don't know what an ARC is. Yikes.
All right. That should be it. The rest is asking about handouts, and then we've covered that part. So,
Okay.
all right, let's take a break.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
No problem.
Okay, we're going to start back. By my watch, it's 5 till. So this next section, we are going to talk about the 8 components of a successful grant proposal. I'm just going to run through these quickly, and then we will go through each one in detail. So the first one is executive summary or abstract. Then we're going to talk about mission statement or history, the statement of need, which is the issue, the project design or description. Then we'll talk about budget and budget narrative, objectives, goals, and impact, timeline and sustainability, and then the common attachments. So let's talk first about the executive summary or abstract. Now, let me say first of all, well, let me say a couple of things. Let me back up just for a minute. In the last session, I used the phrase RFP. I said you may receive an RFP from a funder, and I apologize. Some of you didn't know what that meant. That is terminology. It's request for proposal. So you might receive an RFP is when they send out something requesting that you write a proposal, request for proposal. So my apologies. I did what I will tell you later not to do. Don't use acronyms or terminology that somebody might not understand. So my apologies. If you're brand new at this, you would not know what an RFP is, and I apologize. Secondly, I failed to mention that Emily is here with us, and Emily is the one who is behind the scenes helping things run smoothly and helping me. She's met with me a couple of times, helping all of this go smoothly as we possibly can. And so if you post a question in the chat, she's responding as quickly as possible and taking care of things for me, helping send out handouts and things like that. She has all the handouts now, so if you missed one, she can send it to you if you send her your email, and she's helping us stay on track. So thank you, Emily. You are wonderful. Okay, let's get back to talking about the executive summary or abstract. Now, let me say, if you are submitting an application through an online portal, and many funders do that, especially corporate funders, that's where they send you decide you want to apply, or they put out notice that they're accepting applications like Dollar General, and they send you a link. And so you go online, you create a username and a password, and then you click on the link, and that's where you write your proposal. And there are boxes, there are narrative boxes, and there are drop-down menus. And so in the narrative box, it may say, describe your organization, and they give you either a word limit or a character limit, and you have to stay within that. If you go over, it won't let you continue. It'll pop up in red letters, you're 8 characters over or 30 words over or whatever. And so in that case, they tell you what you can write, they give you the boxes, and you have to respond to what the box says. So if they say describe the need, or describe your organization, or tell us your mission, history, or whatever, I mean, you have to respond to what they say. Now, I will tell you, I've written many grants. I haven't kept track. I know some people can tell you exactly how many. I long ago lost track. But in the online portals, they're very similar. Some of them are virtually identical. I mean, you might write one for Dollar General, and you might write another one for Lockheed Martin, which is the big aeronautics organization that has a foundation. And those portals look almost identical. So I don't know, I've never asked anybody, but I guess they're using the same company, or they buy a system, but they'll look about the same and often have similar word limits. So they may not have, for example, there may not be a block that says executive summary or abstract, but the kind of information I'm going to share with you will be the same information you may put in some block, because there may be a block that says give a general description of your organization, or summarize your request in this box, and that would be the equivalent of your executive summary or abstract. If you are writing to a family foundation, like for example the Amon Carter Foundation in Fort Worth, then you would have, after your cover letter, the next page would be a 1-page, what I call executive summary or 1-page abstract. The first thing you want to remember, it is 1 page. It should be 1 page, just summarize your whole project, your whole proposal, so that if somebody doesn't read anything else and they read that 1 page, they generally understand what you're doing, what you're asking for, why you're doing it, and they can get it if they just read that one page. And many times that is what they will read. Someone will read that and decide whether your whole proposal goes to the yes stack, yes, we're very interested, no stack, no, we're not interested at all, or the maybe stack, this one deserves a second look. So this is a very important document, this one page. It has some key components that you want to remember. Obviously, it needs the name of your agency. This isn't going to be written on letterhead. Your cover page will be written on letterhead. I mean, your cover letter. But the executive summary or the abstract needs to have the name of your organization right up front. It needs to state the issue that you're dealing with, if it's low adult literacy or lack of English skills or children's low reading level, whatever the need and the issue is, needs to be stated very early in the first paragraph for sure. It should tell the amount you are asking for, respectfully requesting, okay? And the terms of the grant, for example, if it's a 2-year proposal, you're asking for $25,000 a year for 2 years or $50,000 to be paid over 2 years. Make sure you cover that. If you're asking for a matching grant, you want to say that. In other words, we're asking for $50,000 to match funding we received from another proposal or to be used to challenge other people to give to us. It should have a brief summary of your organization's mission, why you exist, what you do, why you were established, why your organization was established, so they understand what your organization does. Many organizations, some have a very descriptive name, but others don't. I used to work for the Children's Advocacy Center in Wichita Falls, my hometown. I ran it, and the name of our organization was Patsy's House. Well, Patsy's House could have been anything. It could have been a shelter for domestic violence. It could have been a drug rehab. It could have been anything. So we had that's what we went by, I should say. That was a DBA. But I had to be sure that we always made clear what we were, because Patsy's House was not descriptive. It should touch on the key objectives of the proposal, of the program that you're running in. So you may have, I always say, try to have 3 key objectives. What is your main purpose of this whole proposal? You want to include a few numbers in your abstract or your executive summary. So if your goal is to improve adult literacy reading or adult reading levels by 10%, 20%, reduce adult literacy, have a few numbers in there. But this should not be a document that's filled with a lot of statistics. This is just one page. If the funder has specified some particular funding requirements, let's say, for example, that you're responding to a request for proposal, a funder that wants to specifically serve a certain zip code area, or has said, we want to improve the literacy levels among our workforce. So maybe it's a corporate foundation that particularly wants to fund literacy among their employees, and they want it to be done on all 3 shifts. Maybe they have 3 shifts of employees, and so you're responding and saying, if you will fund us, we can do this, and here's what we need to do. Then be sure that you mention that you're meeting those requirements, or you will meet with this funding. And I can give you an example of that. We just responded to a proposal that was put out by a large funder that wants somebody to put together a project to serve mental health, physical health, and financial stability for people who have been impacted by COVID. And they're putting a lot of money on the table. It has to be a collaborative, and there's a lot of details. But in the abstract, what I wrote was, our project will address mental health and it was like one sentence. It will address physical health, in our case, food insecurity, because we're going to do some provide some food pantry services. So it will provide physical health and I had a sentence about that. And it will provide financial stability through our job training program, and I had a sentence about that. And those were bulleted. So if somebody reads it, they can see we are addressing the 3 critical things that you're looking for. So we have all 3 of those in there. It's okay in an abstract. In fact, it's encouraged, I would say, in your executive summary to do some name dropping if you can. So, for example, when I worked for Tarrant Literacy Coalition, we had a great quote from the mayor, and our mayor of Fort Worth is a very well-known, he's not the mayor anymore, very well-known man, well-known in our community, and had been a state representative, so he had name recognition throughout the state. So we often used a quote from him that he had given us. Then the new mayor came in, and we had some things with her. So it was not uncommon for me to mention the mayor. If it was, we wrote a thing for health literacy, and I had a quote from the CEO of the large community hospital there, who is also extremely well known. And by virtue of his title, even if they didn't know who he was the CEO of the community healthcare system. And so to have a quote in our abstract from him was great. So on that abstract, again, remember, it's 1 page. It sums up your whole project. If somebody reads only that, they wouldn't hear your whole story. They wouldn't get all the details, but they would know what you were asking for and why you were asking. And that needs to go right after your cover page, your cover letter. But it should be written last. It's the last thing you write. Well, or the cover, you might write the cover letter, but it should be the last part of your proposal, because as you're working on your proposal, you may start out thinking, this is how we're going to do it, this is what we're going to put into it, but as you go along, things may change. And so if you wrote the summary first, it wouldn't make any sense. You have to write it last when you really are summarizing. The proposal that I mentioned a minute ago, where we wrote on mental health, physical health, and financial stability, we changed our thinking on that as we went along. We were talking, and then we were like, oh, wait, maybe we could do this, maybe we could do that. So, of course, the summary ended up being different than what it would have been if we'd started out writing it. So, okay. So the next thing is your mission statement and history. I don't know if I've ever written any proposal online and certainly not in paper that I hand delivered or mailed, that didn't flat out ask, what is the mission of your organization? What is the history? So the mission statement, and this is the part of your proposal where you're really answering the who, what, and how of your proposal. Your mission statement, you should state your mission statement up front. Now, sometimes, and hopefully everybody has a mission statement. Hopefully it's a mission statement you like. But it may be that you have a mission statement that's a little bit outdated or doesn't exactly describe what you do now. That happened to us at Tarrant Literacy Coalition. We crafted a mission statement before we ever opened our doors. I was the founding executive director. I was involved in raising the money to start Tarrant Literacy Coalition. And of course, when you're getting started, you have a mission statement. So we established a mission statement of what we thought we were going to be. But about 4 years in, we changed, because when we started the Tarrant Literacy Coalition, our plan was that all we would do would be equip other literacy programs to do literacy. About 4 years in, we began to do literacy ourselves. We started teaching students. And so our work changed, and we began to raise money to do that work, to actually teach students. But our mission statement still said that we equipped others to do literacy, in essence. So when I started writing proposals to get money to teach students, I had an outdated mission statement. And my board was just, we knew it, and we knew we needed to update it, but it took us a while to get around to doing that. So when a proposal would ask, what is your mission statement? I was in a bind, because I didn't want to say, well, my mission statement says we equip others to do literacy, and I'm asking you for money to help me do literacy. So this is what I figured out how I needed to do it. I would write something like this, and I'm going to read this to you. This is another one for another organization, but this is how you can do it. In 2012, the Board of Directors of the Wide County Literacy League adopted the following mission statement. The Wide County Literacy League provides literacy enrichment services to children of all ages to improve reading skills and encourage literacy levels in our community. Since that time, we have expanded our services to include literacy instruction for young adults, including night classes at our East County site. So that's what I started doing with Tarrant Literacy Coalition. I would state our mission statement, and I would say when we adopted it in 2009, our board of directors adopted the following mission statement, and I would put it, and then I would say, since that time, we have also expanded our mission to include direct services to adult learners. So, because I didn't want to just put our mission statement in there as it was, because it didn't really describe our mission. I kept telling my board, we need to get a new mission statement because it doesn't say what our mission really is now. And then eventually we did update it. So if that's the situation you're in, if your mission statement doesn't accurately and adequately define what you do, then you feel free to just add that little caveat so that they understand what you do. That your mission statement isn't quite exactly describing what you do. And then tell your people, hey, well, you need to get a new mission statement that more accurately expresses what we do. But you do want to state your mission. Now, as far as your history, we have two issues, or really, I guess there's three cases. One is you could be an organization like the organization where I work now at the Center of Hope. We have a long history. We have lots of milestones, many bullets. Well, they don't need to know all those. They don't need to know every time we expanded our program, every time we moved from this building to that building, and then we got new classes, and then we added these things. It would just be too much. So we have to go through and pick out about 5 key bullet points to share. Obviously, when we were started, when we added adult literacy, if I was writing an adult literacy grant, when we added ESL, so those kinds of things to make sure that people see, someone reads about the really big milestones. We recently moved into a new building that's 26,000 square feet. We have all kinds of great programs. Obviously, that would be one of our milestones. Those kinds of things. But we can't list everything over our long history. It's not relevant. It doesn't have anything to do with, they don't need to know all that. Now, if there's something in our history that's relevant to what I'm writing the proposal for example, when we added the food pantry, then if I'm writing a proposal about to expand services for food services, then of course that would be one of our bullet points. So if you're a have a long history, you're going to have to work on shortening it. If you're a brand new organization, like we were when we started Tarrant Literacy Coalition, I didn't have any history at all. I would have one bullet point. We opened our new office. We hired our staff. But I had a couple of things. One is I had a couple of years of history of when volunteers were working to start the Literacy Coalition. So I had a couple of things I could talk about: when the steering committee was formed, when funding was received from a couple of big foundations that helped us get started, when we held our first fundraiser. So I had a little bit of that. But I added to it by putting some bullet points in there about adult literacy, kind of the movement of adult literacy. And so I had a couple of things with pro-literacy, and I would add in there just so I could make sure people understood the whole issue of adult literacy is not a new issue. This is not something new that just popped up on the horizon. Now, if you're just an average age organization, just been around maybe 10 years, then you probably don't have any problem. You can talk about the year you were founded, maybe some key dates of key initiatives that were started or strategic partnerships. If you moved into a new building or a new facility, if you became a United Way agency, that would be something important. Just a little bit of history and how you got to the point where you are now. One thing I do want to caution you about: don't include in your history the start of any program that isn't going anymore. So, for example, where I work now, at one point we had a satellite location in another community, and we had it for 5 years, but it closed. We lost that building and we closed, and we couldn't find another building. So it wouldn't make any sense to show that we opened a facility in another community, because then we'd have to say, and we closed that facility. That wouldn't be good. It doesn't look good. And if we don't say we closed it, then they would think we still have a facility in a satellite location. So just be careful. And also remember, when you're writing about your history, just don't overwhelm with lots of dates. It doesn't need to be that much. Generally, if you're doing an online application. They don't give you that many words and that many character spaces. Just sum it up. Now, one thing I would tell you, when you write this, be sure you save it somewhere because you'll be asked to do it again for lots of applications. So write a good one, do your best writing, hone it, get a well uh, written history and mission and save it, and you can use it again and again. You may want to tweak it a little bit for different applications, but you'll once you have it written well, you can use that one piece for other applications. Okay, so now let's talk about the issue, the statement of need. What's the problem that you're trying to solve? You never go ask for money unless you have a problem. You're looking to solve somebody's problem. If you're an adult literacy organization, you're looking to help adults become more literate so that they can have a better life. That's what we're doing here. The problem really isn't low literacy. The problem is the quality of life you have if you are low literate, and that's what we're trying to help people solve. There's a saying that I always like to share with people that was told to me many years ago, and that is, you don't go to a hardware store because you need a shovel. You go because you need a hole. And if you'll just remember that and tell yourself, the issue is the hole, not the shovel. All too often we find ourselves, and I do it myself even, slipping into talking about the shovel, not the hole. I can give you an easy example. Here at the Center of Hope, we have a food pantry. It is easy to start talking about the fact that we need more shelves, we need food for the shelves, we need a better door that opens and closes automatically because people are pushing through it in a grocery cart. Oh, by the way, we need more grocery carts. We need a scale to weigh the food. Those are all shovels. The hole we're trying to fill is, frankly, hungry bellies. We need to feed people. And so when people start talking about what are the needs of the pantry, I'm very quick to remind them we don't need to talk about any of that stuff. We need to talk about what are the needs of hungry people. We've got people who are hungry. We need to talk about them, not any of that other stuff. That other stuff will help us solve the need of hunger. We need to talk about hungry people always. We may need money to buy those other things, but the story that we need to always be telling is about hungry people. With literacy, the story we always need to be telling is about our students and what happens in their lives when they can't speak English well, what happens in their lives when they don't have a high school diploma or equivalent certificate, what happens in their lives when they cannot read well enough to fill out a job application. All the other stuff is what we do to solve that problem. So in this part of your proposal, you have to be able to talk first about what is the issue. Is it low literacy? Is it hunger? Is it homeless? Whatever it is. What is the impact on the people who are struggling with that issue? And granted, there are secondary impacts. So a person who is low literate is more likely to be unhealthy because they can't get good medical care, because they're not going to get a job that offers health care, because they can't read the signs at the hospital and they can't understand prescriptions when they get them from the doctor. A person who is low literate is not likely to get a good paying job. I remember when I first started working in literacy and had a young man who came in and told me he was so excited that he'd gotten a job working in a fast food restaurant. He could not read a word. And he got a job working in a fast food restaurant in the back. And the screen comes up and says, no mayonnaise, no mustard, no tomatoes, whatever. He could not read those instructions. He was fired within the first hour. And he was a young man and he had a little child. And all he'd ever done was self-employed, day working, just hauling, picking up branches, things like that. But he was so excited that he had a real job, he told me, and he didn't last an hour. Those are the kinds of stories that stick with you. And that was the impact on him because he could not read, on him and his family. So this is where you talk about those kind of things. What is the issue and why does it matter? Why does it matter? Why did it matter to him? What was going to happen to his family? What would happen? What will happen if we do nothing? This is where you can talk about how long has this problem been going on? What's causing it? Of course, in his case, he had dropped out of school. He struggled with school all his life. He obviously had a serious learning disability. He had struggled with school all his life. He was way behind in upper elementary school. I mean, before then, but by upper elementary school. Went to 7th grade, missed a lot. Went to 8th grade, and by Christmas in 8th grade, never went back. So this is where you talk about the issue. What can you do realistically? What can be done realistically about this issue? How does it impact the people who have the need? How does it impact our community? Now, different things appeal to different people. I remember sitting and talking to a foundation funder who said to me, he didn't know a lot about low literacy, and I was sharing with him, and he said to me, well, we need to do something about this because I know this has something to do with crime in my neighborhood. Now, I love my students. I love what I do with adult learners. I'll be honest and say I was like, really? That's what you care about? I was just a little bit taken aback. But then I thought to myself, he cares. I'm going to get some money from this guy because if that's what matters to him, that's okay. He was right in the sense that we know that people who get in trouble with the law, young people especially, often are high school dropouts. They don't have a lot of choices. I know the facts. I know the statistics. You probably know those as well. And so if that's what motivates him to invest in my program, I'm going with it. So this is where you talk about the issue. This is where you have a chance to really sell the person who's reading. And remember, every proposal you write is a major gifts ask. A person is reading this. There are no foundations out there reading it. There are no funders. These are all individuals who are reading your proposal. And this is where you get a chance to talk about it. It's important to include some numbers. If you have reliable numbers, you can get some of those through Pro Literacy, probably Literacy Texas as well, some in your community as well. You don't want to overwhelm with numbers. This is your story you're telling. You talk about the issue, and this is where it's your time to do that through the narrative. That you talk about the story of the people who are struggling with the issue that you are addressing through your proposal, through your programs. And you want to stay focused on. Remember what I told you. Always remember, you're selling what can be done. You're selling the issue of the whole, not the shovel. Be sure you talk about that. Okay. The next key component is the project design or description. This is, what are you going to do about the whole? What are you going to do about the issue? This is the heart of your proposal. This is where you start out by saying, we have a big problem. There is a big problem here. The whole is really big, but I have a solution, or we have a solution. This feeds from the issue. The two have to match, because this is where you talk about the who, what, when, where, why, and how that you're going to address it. Your organization is going to address this issue. This is where, when you're talking about low literacy, it's bad. But guess what? We have a plan. We have classes. We have tutors. We have volunteers. We have people who want to help with this. We know how to do it. We're the experts. We can make a difference here. So you want to talk about what is your grand plan? How will you or your organization address the issue? This is where you talk about your action steps. This is where you talk about the classes that you have, the volunteers you have, the project that you've got planned. When I was at Tarrant Literacy Coalition, we had a program called Project Best. That was our high school equivalency classes. We had it laid out. I mean, we Tuesdays, Thursdays. Tuesdays were math. Thursdays were language arts. And we had volunteers, and we had all kinds of things set up. We had a location, we had childcare, we had snacks at break, all of those kinds of things. And we were able to tell that story to say, is it bad? Yeah, it's bad. But have no fear. We have a project that's going to address that. So we talked about who did it. Who is the who? Well, the who is the students, and the who were my volunteer tutors, and the who was my staff that trained our volunteer tutors. And we talked about the what. The what was we have classes. What are we doing? We have classes planned. We have a curriculum. We have books. We have enrollment. We have everything lined out. The when was already said, Tuesdays and Thursday nights. Tuesdays was math night. Thursdays was language arts. And when they passed math or language arts, then they went on to science and social studies on one of those nights, where we had the Family Resource Center, where we held our classes. And I would talk about that, how we had a collaborative agreement with the White Settlement Independent School District, where we used the Family Resource Center. I talked about why. Why were we doing it? Why did we have it there? Because that neighborhood had a high level of high school dropouts, and young parents who were familiar with that school, with the Family Resource Center, who would come there. It worked. And then the how was, here's how we do it. Here's how we recruit our students. Here's how we recruit our volunteers. Here's what happens that night. The school provided childcare. They came in. This is the schedule. This is how we did recruitment in the beginning. This is how we trained our volunteers. All of those kinds of things. I was able to describe it very specifically. I was able to explain about the collaboration we had with the school district and how it all worked and where we got our tutors. So all of that I was able to write into a proposal, and got funded many times from many different funders and different organizations. And I could do that for that program or ESL program or any program that we were writing a grant proposal for, was to be able to tell the who, the what, the when, the why, and the how to address the issue of low adult literacy. But there's one thing that I want to make sure that you understand. You can't sell somebody else if you're not sold yourself. So before you ever sit down to put a single word on a piece of paper or type a single sentence into an online grant portal, make sure that you know the program very well and that you are sold on it, that you believe in it, that you know you can do it, that you want to do it, that you've got the people behind you, because that is probably the most important thing in being successful when you're writing grant proposals, is that you believe in what you're doing and that you know you can do it. If you're not sure, you're not going to be able to sell it to somebody else. I remember a time going and talking to a funder of a large foundation, many, many millions of dollars. And I was trying to get some money from him. It was when the GED test was phasing out, the old GED test at the end of 2014, and we were going to start the new GED test. Well, 2013, we were going to start the new GED test in 2014. And what that meant to us was that we were going to have to change everything. We needed new preparation materials. We needed new the practice tests were going to be online, so we needed funding for that. We needed training for new volunteers. And because the Tarrant Literacy Coalition was the coalition for the whole county, and actually several counties around us, we needed a lot of money, because we knew that we were going to have to not only revamp our entire program, but we wanted to be able to train all the programs in Tarrant County and around us. We wanted to offer that. And it was a daunting task. We were a small organization. At that time, we had 2 full-time people and a couple of part-time people and a lot of good volunteers. But we needed a lot of money to buy all these new supplies, and we needed to learn the new GED test. We needed to figure out what we were going to do, how we were going to do it, while at the same time, late in that year as the GED was being phased out, we were trying to get as many people as we could to retake and take the old GED, get them passed, process all of that. And in our community, we were holding mass GED testings days every weekend for like 8 weekends in a row in the very end of that year. Hundreds of people were taking the test in our community, and we were part of coordinating that and signing people up to take the test. So it was very overwhelming. Meanwhile, I'm sitting in this giant conference room at this big conference table looking out over downtown Fort Worth, talking to this man about giving us some money to do all this new stuff that was going to happen in the next year. And somewhere deep in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, I don't really know if we can do this or not. But I really wanted to do it, and I was projecting that I believed we could. And I really did. But, there's always that little niggling doubt. And I'm talking to him, and I'm telling him, this is how it's going to be. If you give us this money, we're going to buy all these new supplies. We're going to do this, and we're going to train all these people. And we're going to have all these workshops, and we're going to bring people in, and we're going to teach them about the new GED. And I'm telling him this whole thing. And finally, he kind of leaned back in his chair like this, and he says, "You really think you can do this, don't you?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I do." And he said, "And if I give you this money, are you going to do it?" And I said, "Yes, sir, we are." And he said, "All right, I'll give you the money." And I remember thinking at that moment, I don't know if we can, but he thinks we can, and I think we can. I've just told him I think we can. And I just thought of all the times I have told people in grant writing workshops, remember this, you can't sell them if you aren't sold yourself. And I was sold. I was sold. And that paid off right at that moment when I projected to him, I'm sold, and then he was sold. And he believed it, and we did do it. He gave us the money, and we did all the things that we had promised we would do. And it was a big task and very overwhelming, but over the course of time, it paid off. Lots of people came to our trainings. We did all the things that we promised that we would do. And we followed through on everything in that grant proposal that I had hand delivered to him that day, and that he then, of course, presented on to his board, and they did fund us. So it's very important when you're writing your proposal, don't put anything in there that you don't think you can do and that you don't plan to do, that you don't believe you can do. And if you do all those things, if you do put it in there, you plan to do it, you believe you can do it, then you can sell them that you can do it. And then, of course, you have to do it. So that's very important in talking about the project design and description. So I had planned for us to take a break right now, but since we just took a break, let's just keep on going for a few more minutes, and let's talk about budget. Let's just go on, and we'll take a break here in just a few minutes. Let's just keep going on the 8 components. The rest of the 8 components are budget and budget narrative, objectives, goals, and impact, timeline, sustainability, and then attachments. So let's talk about budget for a few minutes. There is a handout. If you got the handouts, I gave you a sample budget and a budget narrative. And this sample budget, it's not one that I have. It's a budget template that I just downloaded, and budget narrative. But it's certainly acceptable, and I'm happy again to, if you have a budget you want me to look at for you later, you can send it to me by email, and I'm happy to help you. I will tell you, I'm not an accountant. I have learned a lot about accounting over the years. I've been doing this for a long, long time, and I'm actually married to an accountant, and so that's helpful. But I've learned some things about budgets. When you're writing a grant proposal, there are actually 2 kinds of budgets that come into play. One is, very often, almost always, they will want to see your organization's budget. That's the whole budget. That's the budget that shows everything that you all do for the whole year. All your salaries, all your rent, all your copies, and everything, all the money that comes in for everything for the whole year. But then they'll also want to see the budget for the project you're asking the money for. So that's just a little small budget, usually, of what this project is going to cost you. And that's what this budget and budget narrative has to do. The important thing to remember, well, there's a lot of important things to remember, but basically one is a budget has 2 sides. It has the revenue, the money that's going to come in, and then the expenses. And a lot of times people will ask me, will you look at this budget, see if it looks okay to submit with this grant? And all they'll show is what they're going to spend. So they'll have in there, well, we're going to spend this much on copies, we're going to spend this much on books, we're going to need to pay for snacks for our students, we're going to need to pay for, maybe we're going to pay a part-time tutor, or we're going to pay a lady to go and unlock the building and set everything up, but our volunteers are then going to come tutor. But they don't show, where are you going to get the money? What's the revenue going to come from? And so you have to show that as well. And usually most funders for grants, they don't want it to be only their money. They want to see that you have somebody else kicking in some money as well. So maybe you're going to get some money from Literacy Texas or United Way, or just individual donors, or you're going to have a spelling bee and raise some money. But you need to be able to show, we're going to use some of your money and then some money from some other resources as well. And it needs to add up top and bottom. So if the whole project's going to cost $10,000, you're going to need to spend $10,000. You need to be able to show that you're going to get $10,000, and maybe $5,000 is what you're asking them to give. You need to show you've got the other $5,000 coming, or you hope it's going to come, and show where you hope it's going to come from. So in revenue, again, you want to include all the money you already have in hand, or pledged, or requested. So you can show it as, money requested. We've written to another foundation, or we've requested it from Literacy Texas or United Way, or we're expecting it to come in from our spelling bee or our walkathon or our luncheon or whatever. And certainly if it's, money you have in hand already, of course you want to include that. As far as, and also fees. Some literacy programs charge a fee. They may charge a fee to be in the class, or they may just ask students to pay for their own books. That's all revenue, and you want to include all of that in revenue. Some people, and it may be fees in that they pay a fee for their books, or it may be tuition. You may charge your students $25 to enroll in your class, and you want to be sure that you list that and include that. Different people have different opinions about that. We never charged to be in any of our programs. We didn't charge for the books. We didn't charge anything. We did sell books though sometimes. So some of our students, all of their materials were free, but sometimes they would come to us and say, well, I'd like an extra book to keep at home. And so we would sell them a book, but we sold it to them at cost. So we didn't make any money on that. And then, you might make some money in other ways. You might hold an event, a workshop or something like that, and charge for that, and then you made some money in that way. Now your expenses, you need to be, this is where I see people fall short on this category. So let me tell you about some things that happen with expenses. Some things are easy to think of. So you're going to have books for your students. You're going to have supplies, pens, pencils, notebooks, things like that. Maybe you're going to have snacks, and you're going to have snacks. So you think, well, I go to Sam's or Costco and I buy some snacks, and so on break, everybody gets snacks. But a lot of times people forget some of the expenses that they're going to have. They forget that they're going to make copies every week on the copy machine. Or they think, well, I make 100 copies a week, and 100 pieces of paper cost XYZ. I do the math, I figure it out. But they forget that they have to replace the toner in their copier every so often. And so they forget to budget for that. Or maybe the copier has a repair contract on it, and they're paying, $200 a quarter to have the copier under repair contract. Well, figure that up and divide that up and charge some of that to that class, because that's got to come from somewhere. Or maybe they pay mileage to somebody to drive back and forth to go teach the class. You need to think about that. Think about the mileage that you charge. Any of the expenses related to that class, if you're paying a teacher, if you're giving your tutors a stipend, if you give gifts to your tutors at the end of the class or class session, or volunteer recognition, you need to think about that. Of course, if you have staff expenses, if you're actually paying staff to oversee the program, or you're actually paying teachers, all of those are reasonable expenses that you would put into the budget for the project. If you're getting something donated, for example, when we had Project Best, we got the child care donated. So in a proposal, I might show that on both sides. I might show the value of that as revenue. And so we knew what that cost. We were able to find out what they were paying the child care workers and show it as revenue, but then also show it as an expense, as an in-kind, so that they could see there was some value coming to us. And had we had to pay for that, it would have significantly raised the cost of that program. So you want to be sure that you include everything in your budget that you might spend to do this program. Now, some common mistakes, first of all, is numbers that don't add up. Now, if you do it on an Excel spreadsheet and you do the formulas right, if you know how to use Excel, then it will add it for you and it should add up. But sometimes people, for some reason, may do it in a Word document and then their math just doesn't add up. And sometimes it's pretty obvious. You know, you can see that you see a whole string of numbers that are in the hundreds and, you know, 200, 300, 400, 500, and then the total is 700. And it's very obvious. Well, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't add up. Another thing that's a common mistake is something obvious left out. So, for example, if it's a class that you're going to host and there's no mention of books, and maybe you didn't put it in there because you've got the books donated, but I don't know that. If I'm a funder and I'm reading it and I don't know that you got the books donated, I might think these people aren't even going to use books. So you need to put that in there. You need to put in there books are donated books, so that I can see the value of the donated books. And that's why I said you may list it up as in the top as a donation and down in the bottom as an expense, and it'll zero out. So, but at least I know, oh, you're going to use books. That's one of the reasons we would put childcare in our budget, because we would say in the narrative part that one of the reasons our program was so successful is that we overcame two of the largest barriers for people participating in adult literacy. One was childcare, and the other was transportation. And how we overcame transportation was that we taught right in that neighborhood where all those young families were. They could walk. We were within walking distance of hundreds of families. And so transportation wasn't an issue. So we mentioned that, and that was one of our selling points. And since we mentioned childcare, I didn't want them to look at the budget and go, well, they say they offer childcare, but there's no mention of childcare in the budget. So we would show that it was an in-kind donation. So that's leaving out obvious items in your budget is a red flag. And the third thing is that the narrative, the budget narrative, where you actually put in words what is in your budget line item, doesn't make sense. So, for example, if you put in computers and you put $1,200, and then in the narrative you say you're going to buy one desktop computer. Well, nobody thinks that one desktop computer costs $1,200 anymore. You can buy 3 desktop computers for $1,200. Or if you said, if somehow you're in the narrative, you say you're going to serve 6 students, and somewhere in there they do the math and it looks like it's going to cost you $4,000 per student to serve 6 students. That's too much. Or let's say if you somehow say you're going to serve, 6 students, and then you ask for $5,000 for books, and it's too much. So you need to look at it and make sure it all makes sense. Sometimes it's just a typo. Sometimes you just put in a wrong number, or you meant to say 16 students for $5,000 and you accidentally say 6 students in the budget narrative. This is one of the reasons, and I'll talk about it again later, you want to get somebody besides yourself to look at it, because you might never catch that. You're deep into writing, you look at it, it all looks good to you, and then somebody else looks at it and says, you're only going to serve 6 students for $5,000? How much are those books? Or something like that. And somebody else, they just catch it just like that. And you've looked at it and typed it, and you've worked on it for days and weeks, and your eyes are bleary and you're tired, and yeah, that makes perfect sense to you. But they look at it and say, or maybe that is right, because every one of them is going to have private tutoring, and they're going to work with a tutor all day long, or get 8 hours a day or something. If that's the case, you need to be able to explain it that way, so that they don't the funder doesn't look at it the same way your friend looked at it and say, you're only going to serve 6 students for $5,000 a book, or whatever. So you want to be careful about that. So let's continue on. We're going to take a break in just a few minutes. So the next section is talking about objectives, goals, and impact. We'll take a break when we finish this section. Objectives, goals, and impact. Objectives and goals, and really an impact too, are often one of the hardest things for people to figure out how to write about and to actually get correct. And that's because what's the difference between an objective and a goal? What's the impact? Oftentimes, if you're filling out an online grant application, there will be 3 questions in a row, and you're like, what's the difference between these 3 questions? The first question may say, describe the goals of this project. And then the next question may say, what is the objective you hope to accomplish? And then the next question may say, what is the impact of this project on the people you plan to serve? And you're thinking, and then they'll say, be sure to include specifically what goal you want to reach, or something like that. And you're thinking, are they asking me the same thing 3 times in a row? And especially that happens sometimes in my community with United Way. They'll ask 3 questions. You're like, what's the difference between these 3 questions? I'm not sure I understand this. So it can become kind of difficult. At our organization where I work now, we do what we call program planning goals. And so I'll give you an example. So yesterday I was talking to the manager of our resale store. We have a lovely resale store here, an upscale resale store. And so we were talking about program planning goals. And the purpose of our resale store, people think that the reason we have a resale store is to raise money, because we make a lot of money in that resale store. We make about $25,000 a month. And so people think that we have a resale store to raise money to pay for the nonprofit. But that is not why we have a resale store. It was started because we wanted to have a job training program, because the resale store is staffed by paid interns. And so it was all along, the purpose was to be a job training program for interns to come in and learn job skills. So we have young women and young men who come there who've never held a job, and they learn job skills. Or we have people who come there who have been incarcerated. They come out of incarceration and they learn job skills and are able then to go get a job out in the community from people who wouldn't have hired them right out of prison, and other circumstances. So it's an internship program. So I'm talking to my manager and I said, tell me one of your goals. And she said, my goal is to hold, for the next year, is to hold volunteer meetings every month, because we have a lot of volunteers who work in the resale store. And I said, why do you want to have volunteer meetings every month? And she said, because if I have volunteer meetings every month, they'll get better at selling stuff, sorting and selling things. And if they get better at sorting and selling things, we'll make more money. And if we make more money, we can have more paid interns. And so I said, well, I think your goal is to have more paid interns, to train more people for jobs. And she said, yeah. And I said, then why did you say your goal was to have more volunteer meetings? She said, because if I have more volunteer meetings, they'll get better at sorting and selling things, and we'll make more money, and we can have more paid interns. And so I said to her, well, then I think your goal should be to have more paid interns. And so we laughed about it. And she said, well, I thought my goal was to have more volunteer meetings. So I was trying to explain to her that having the more volunteer meetings is the means by which she is going to eventually get money to hire more interns. But the goal is to have more interns. So when you're thinking about your program, if your goal is to serve more students, well, and really your goal is for students to have a better life because you raise their literacy level, then you have to go all the way back and say, well, what is the objective is really how you get there. So the objective is, how do you accomplish it? The objective is the means by which you expect to accomplish your goal. So it may be the objective becomes like the classes that you're going to hold, but the goal is improving the literacy level of your students so they can have a better life. So remember that goals are supposed to be specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. When you're writing in your proposal, like for Dollar General, for example, they want to know, it needs to be something that you can measure. So if you say my adult basic ed students are going to, who read at first grade level, will be able to read at second grade level a year from now, is that specific? Yes. Is it measurable? Yes. Is it attainable? I hope so. Is it relevant? Absolutely. And is it time bound? Sure, because it's a year from now. So those are very specific, measurable, attainable, relevant goals. If I said my goal is to have Project Best meet on Tuesdays and Thursdays, no, that is my objective, because by having them meet on Tuesdays and Thursday nights, then hopefully their reading levels will go up, and that's what will happen. If I said my goal is to have 5 students pass the high school equivalency exam by next year, is that specific? Sure. Is it measurable? Yes. Is it attainable? Yes. Is it relevant? Yes. Is it time bound? But really, that's really just an objective, because really the goal is I want them to be able to get a job that they can't get unless they have that high school equivalency certificate. And so that's the real goal for my students. Not that they pass the test, but that their life changes because they did pass the test, that they're able to get a job they couldn't have gotten without that certificate. So it gets quite convoluted when you think about it. But when you're talking about goals and objectives, it's important to think about whose life are you trying to change and how are you trying to change it. And when you talk about impact, that's what they want to know. They really want to know, how is this going to impact someone's life? How is it going to make a difference? How is the person that comes in your door today going to be different somewhere down the road? How are they going to be different tomorrow, a week from now, 3 months from now? Because that's the whole point of them giving you the money, is that what you do with the money should impact someone's life in such a way that their life is different at the end of the road, however long that road is. I had students who came into my Project Best class who were with us 3 and 4 years. But at the end of that time, when they got that high school equivalency certificate, their life is supposed to be different as a result of them coming. So if you think about it, so a goal is your broad statement about what you expect to accomplish, how it's going to get a person to the end so that their life is impacted in a positive way. But your objective is just the road you're going to travel on to get to that end. And I hope that makes sense to you. It's actually probably the most difficult part of most applications to write. And some funders ask it in very unusual ways. They may ask for outputs, which is how many times will the class meet, how many students will be in it, how many hours of instruction will you offer, how many tests will be given, all those kinds of things. But the goal is the measurable part, and it needs to talk about the hole, not the shovel, if that makes sense to you. So it's a little harder with adult students, because we know when you're working with elementary school students and you have them all year long and you can test them all kinds of times and you know what's going to happen at the end of the year. Adult students come and go in and out of our programs. We can't control it. Right now, we can't even do it. We're doing it through Zoom and all kinds of things like that. But it's important to work on ways that you can come up with very specifics, but remembering the difference between an objective and a goal, and understanding then how that all ties into the impact that you're going to have, that it will have on their lives at the end of the time period for this project that you're working on. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll come back at 10 after 11, and then we'll go for a little bit, and then we'll have lunch. So if you will just make a note, we'll sign off here for a little bit, take 15 minutes, be back at 10 after 11, and give everybody a chance just for a quick break.
Hey, Kathryn, do you want me to summarize your questions for you real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, there was one question, but the person left the room about funding for remodeling buildings. Another one would like you to go over impact again.
Okay.
And then the last one is, when putting in your goals, do you put your objectives in as well?
Okay. What are all these other things that people are, there's tons of
They're
stuff,
asking for handouts and PD.
aren't they? I wondered
Yeah.
if people knew how to get the handouts.
Yes, I put it in the chat, so they're sending me their
Well, I mean, in
mail.
advance. I wondered if Literacy Texas, if people really understood how to get handouts.
Some did. I haven't had. I've had about 5-6 people ask for the handout. So.
Oh, okay. Well, on my thing, it says like 19. Is that because when you reply, that shows another chat or something? It says 31 chats.
Yes, there's some thank yous, and there was a.
Okay.
And then someone's for the PD needed.
Okay.
So.
And there's my thing. I can't get it to open now again. If I click on it, I don't know. Is there's something in the Q&A?
Yes, that's the impact.
Oh, that's the impact person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, obviously this is going, this is going faster than I thought it would. And I thought of this last night. I thought, you know what? It's probably going to go faster because when I teach in person, people interrupt me continually. Well, wait, what do you think about, and so we're not going to go till 4:00. That's for sure. So,
Well, I think originally it was supposed to be 3:30, and we put 4:00 just in case. So
it may be 2:30. Who knows? Because I mean, it's without feedback. When I can't, I can't see them. I don't know if can you see people?
Yes. If you're gonna have to reopen the participants panel again, I think, and then it'll. I just see names, and then I've been paying attention to the chat.
Oh, I see attendees now. I can see.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can't see their faces or anything. So,
No.
I don't know if people are most of the people, can you see their faces, or are you just seeing, do they have their names?
No, just names. We have all the video for the participants is turned off.
So they can't see each other either.
No, they can see their names. I'd have to double check on what they can see.
My point being, I don't know if people are responding, or for all I know, they're doing their laundry while they're saying. I don't know.
I've been paying attention to the chat, so most of it's just been about handouts and PD. But the fact that they're asking for the handouts,
well, I guess
they're trying to follow along and look at stuff, so that's good.
Good, so.
Thanks, everybody.
It's just so weird, Emily. Just talk to a screen. I mean, I've taught workshops for years, and I've taught to crowds of 500, and I've talked to 10, and all everywhere in between, and it's just so bizarre. I just feel like an idiot sitting there. Talking to a computer, so it's just weird. So anyway.
No, well, honestly, I'd say so far everything's been very clear and very well explained. So that could be why there's not too many questions.
Yeah, it just it's just crazy thing I've ever done. But oh well, thank you, COVID. So anyway, well, thank you. But I mean, like I said, I've been so nervous about running over time, and then just bingo, it all of a sudden dawned on me. I thought it's not going to be, because if we were in real person, they'd be going, hey, wait, Kathryn, I didn't get the handouts. And then I'd have to stop, and I'd be passing them around, and we'd be doing all the stuff we do in a normal field. And so, it'd just take longer. And then they'd go, well, wait a minute, what do you mean about impact? Can you do that? And so there'd just be back and forth, and that would slow us down considerably. And
no, I will say I missed most of the beginning of this section for sending out handouts and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
well, anyway.
And actually, I'm starting to work with proposal writing with my own company. So
just
not grant writing per se, but just proposals. But all of this is still very relevant. So it's actually extremely interesting. So, but yeah, I've also been making sure that I put notes in telling people they can ask questions. So,
okay. Good.
And of course they can hear us right now. So if y'all have questions, just feel free to put them in the chat. Or questions answer. So
okay. All right. I'm going to take a quick break and then I'll do that.
Sounds good.
Okay. Okay, we're going to start back. I had a question during the break to talk, or a request to talk a little bit more about impact. So I'm going to do that. Let me just share an example with you, a real life example that we had that came up recently here at Center of Hope. Let me tell you a little bit about Center of Hope, so maybe this will help you understand too a little bit more about what we do. And so when I give examples, it'll make it a little clearer to you. So Center of Hope is a nonprofit organization, a faith-based nonprofit organization, and we do, our mission really is to lift people out of poverty. And so we have many different programs that are all designed to address that issue. And we have a lot of job training programs to help people gain employment. I already mentioned that we have an internship program through our resale shop. We have adult literacy program, which includes adult basic ed, high school equivalency, ESL, and we do have a food pantry. So people often come to us they come in through that kind of pipeline. They come here because they have financial need. They receive financial assistance like for utilities or prescriptions, things like that. And they need groceries. We give out lots of groceries. And then through that, when they come here with that need, that's when we have what we call client advisors, who are volunteers, who sit with them and talk about why are they having that financial need. And very often it's, of course, because they are not employed or not well employed. They lack education, they lack job skills. And that's when we try to get them into one of our many programs to help them improve their education level, learn a job skill, learn how to be a good employee. And we get them into one of our, like an internship program or job training program. So needless to say, we write lots of funding proposals here. We do lots of different kinds of things. And we have about 22 employees, and we are in a 26,000 square foot building. We have lots going on. So recently, and this will kind of maybe help you understand about the impact thing, we wrote a proposal. In fact, last week we had 3 proposals that were due last week, and all three of them were due last week. It was a kind of wild and crazy week. And so one of the proposals, of course, that I'm going to speak about one of the proposals, was asking about what was the goal and what was the impact of the program that we were talking about, which was our what we call ECD, Education and Career Development. And that is the program that involves our, particularly a program we have, it's called Careers Now. That is a construction program. So someone comes in and they go through our basic assistance program, and then they get screened. And if they want to, they can enroll in Careers Now. Careers Now is a 6-week class that someone goes through where they learn the trade of construction, home construction or commercial construction, and they learn how to handle power tools and all those kinds of things. They get OSHA certified, and the class is taught by volunteers who are either retired from the construction business or are still working in the construction business, because I live just outside of Fort Worth, and Fort Worth is one of the fastest growing large cities in the United States. So there's lots of construction here. And generally, I think the statistic is 79% of the people who go through that class are hired on their last day in with the company. So we have lots of connections, and that's great. And they're hired at a nice rate of pay. So the question was, what is the goal of the program and what is the impact on the people who participate? So our development director was struggling a little bit with how to write that. So we decided that we would just sit down with all of our programs and write a paragraph that answered that question. What is the goal of this program, and what is the impact on the people who participate? And we sat around for a day and wrote a paragraph for every single one of our programs that answered that question. So what is the goal of the program, and what is the impact on the people who participate? And so every one of them started out with a sentence that said, the overall goal of this program is, and that sentence then, the very next words contained a sentence that was specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time bound. So for Careers Now, for example, it said, and I don't have it with me, so I can't tell you exactly, but it talked about the goal being that the participants in that program would learn the trade of construction by participating in the class, the 6-week class, to learn construction skill, become OSHA certified, um, obtain job skills. I can't go into the whole thing, but it basically covered all those things, that it was specific that they were going to learn construction skills. It was measurable that they would attend that 6-week class I can't remember how many hours it is, but it's like 6 weeks, 32 hours, that they would graduate from the program, that they would have the job skills they needed to obtain employment, and that the class would be held 4 times a year. So it was all those things. It was specific, it was measurable, it was attainable, because they can graduate, and we can have it 4 times a year. It's relevant because if they get a job, they will not be dependent. If the pay rate that pays, someone can pay their bills, and it's time bound because we do it 4 times a year and it's 6 weeks. Then we said the impact of participation in this program, and we talked about what the impact is on a person who goes to that program. And I can tell you, so the impact of people who go through that program, of course, first of all, it impacts them financially because they get a job. Secondly, it impacts them personally because every one of them is assigned a mentor, and they have someone who mentors them through the class, but they also continue to mentor them after they graduate, because once they get a job, they need to keep that job. And as anybody knows who works with people who have struggled financially, struggled to keep a job, it's not just getting the job, it's keeping the job. Remembering to get up in the morning and go to your job every day, making sure they have transportation, making sure they have childcare, making sure that they have the tool belt they need. And we have what we call individual development grants that we grant to people, so that they, if they need some jeans and some boots and a tool belt and some long sleeve shirts, we make sure they get all of those things. We even give away vehicles at times. We have people who donate trucks to us, and we give those to those students so they have a work truck to go to work in. And so we wrote a couple more sentences about the impact it has on the individual person that goes through that program. So that's the difference. The goal is kind of the overarching statement about what the program does. The impact is how it reached that individual person, what it changes in that person's life when they went through the program and came out the other side. So I hope that helps you a little bit. It would be the exact same if you're talking about an adult literacy student. What's the goal of your program, or a project, or what's going to happen next semester? But then what is the impact of the person once they go through and come out the other side? And I would suggest, you might want to do that like we did last week. We sat down and we talked about that. For all of our programs, all of our projects, every one of them has a very specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound goal, but they all have also an impact on the person that goes in one side and comes out the other. And, we said, if the person is the same on the outside when they come out as they were when they went in, something went wrong. Something went wrong. Because we're in the business, we all are in the business to impact the lives of other people. So that would be my comment on that. If that didn't clear it up for the person who asked, and hopefully made it a little more clear for those who didn't ask, feel free to get in touch with me after, and we can chat about it some more. Okay, let's see if I've got a problem here. Something's not going. My slide is not advancing again. Let's see. There we go. Okay, next we're going to talk about timeline and sustainability. So in your grant proposal, they're always going to ask, what's the timeline? I mean, when are you going to do this? And I like to joke as a fundraiser and say, I'll do it when you give me the money. But that's not really how it works. So they want, a funder always wants to know when when is this going to happen? When are you going to start? And that can be sometimes a bit of a challenge. Sometimes you're writing a proposal to a funder who tells you it's due July 31st and we'll let you know November. And you're like, really? Because I need to start that now. Or when we're doing in education, our semesters always started with the school year, which I'm not sure when that's going to be this year, but typically that was September. And so I would be saying, well, I need to start that class in September. So you have to just do your best. And sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes you say, we're going to go on and start it, but we will need funding for a whole year. So we're going to start it with the money that we have, and we're going to be raising money throughout the year to continue this program. So we will go on and start, but your funding will help us get through the second quarter of the program or the third quarter of the year. But you always have to have a timeline. So your proposal should always include that. It should talk about what are the key benchmarks along the way. When are we, we're going to start enrollment in the summer. We'll start the classes along, at this time. We'll have mid-semester this, and following up. And in our programs, we ran them along the school year, so we had different benchmarks along the way, in semester, re-enroll, those kinds of things. You always want to explain when the funding is needed with a little bit of a sense of urgency. They need to know that you need their money. You don't want to portray it as, we're going to do this whether you give us the money or not, no big deal. I mean, in that case, they're not going to give you the money. I mean, they're not going to feel like you really need it. I can give you an example of a time when I kind of made that mistake, not intending to. I was writing a proposal for a very large capital project. I ran the campaign to renovate, remodel all the boys clubs in my hometown of Wichita Falls, way back when it was just boys clubs. Now it's boys and girls clubs, of course. But the plan was to remodel all the clubs and convert them from boys clubs to boys and girls clubs. So that meant that every one of the clubs had to be retrofitted, had to have girls' restrooms, girls' locker rooms. And these were many were old buildings, so we were doing all kinds of remodeling and refurbishing and everything. And it was a large campaign, many hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so we were getting close to the end. We had almost all of our money in, and I wrote a grant to the Meadows Foundation in Dallas, and asked them for, I think, $50,000. And we were, as I said, we were getting close to the end. And I submitted the grant proposal, and it got normally when you write to the Meadows Foundation, it's a long time before you hear back. I mean, it's several months. You send it, they contact you, you go back and forth. Maybe you have a meeting, maybe they come for a site visit. But I submitted it, and the very next week I got a letter back. Thank you very much. We will not be funding it. And back then, this was, as I said, a number of years ago, I had a pretty good winning streak going. I mean, I just wasn't getting turned down much at all. And I was just stunned that they turned me down, and they turned me down so quickly. And so it just so happened that a couple of weeks later, I attended an event in Dallas with some speakers from different funders, and one was from the Meadows Foundation. So I kind of geared up my courage, and I went up to speak to the representative from the Meadows Foundation. I introduced myself and told her who I was, and that I had submitted a proposal, and that I was wondering if she knew why my proposal had not been funded. Now, in the interim time, back at the Boys Club in Wichita Falls, we had finished our campaign. We had raised all the money. And she said to me, "How's your campaign going?" And I said, "Well, we actually have raised all the money. We've made goal." And she said, "Well, exactly. You didn't need our money." And I was like, and I said, "Oh." And she said, "It was obvious from your proposal, you all were so close to your goal. And when it was just clear you didn't need our money. So we weren't going to give you our money because you didn't need it." And so in my mind, I thought, well, I should have asked you when we were further from the goal. Maybe we would have gotten the money. But I kind of realized that I don't know how I answered the questions or whatever. She was very kind, and she said, "Come back again when you really need us." But I remember that. I've always remembered that I need to make sure people understand we really need your money. So I felt like we really needed it then, but I guess she was right. We obviously didn't. We made go without their money. So be sure that when you're talking about your timeline and when your project is going to happen, that you want to make sure that they understand you do need their money. You have a project that you want to do, and their money will be important in that. So but you will find that you will be asked in virtually every proposal, what will you do if you don't get our money, or if we give you a lesser amount? Now that's kind of a tricky question, because if they ask you what will you do if you're not funded, um, the truth may be, if you don't get the money, you may not do the project at all. If it's that you're wanting to start a brand new project that you've never done before, and maybe you want to start a new ESL class in a new location in your community, and it's going to cost you, I don't know, $25,000, and you're writing a proposal to a foundation for $15,000. If you don't get that $15,000, you can't. Maybe you have 10 and you're asking for 15 more to make the 25. You can't do it on $10,000. If you could, you would. You have to have $25,000. So if they don't give you the 15, the truth is, you're not going to do it right now. Your answer may be, we will continue to look for additional funding because the cost is $25,000. And if that's the true answer, then that's what you say. You say, we will continue to, if the question is, what will you do if you do not receive funding from us? Then the answer is, we will continue to look for funding so that we have full funding to start this project. You don't want to say, well, we'll do it on 10, because if you can do it on 10, do it on 10. So you don't want to say that. You can say something like, we will continue to talk to other funders. This is an important project to us. We believe in the merits of this project. It is critically important, and we will continue to seek support from funders because we want to do this project, or something like that. Now, they may say, what if we don't give you the full amount? Well, again, your answer would be, we will continue to look for funders to fully fund this project so that we can do it in the best way possible. The truth is, if you ask for 15 and they give you 11, you're probably going to just try to do it, make it work. You're going to figure out a way to cut corners. I just submitted a proposal a couple of weeks ago for $90,000 for a project. I asked for every single thing possible that we might ever want to have and hope to get. They've already come back to us and said, we think we can do 60. If we get 60, we've already talked about how we're going to cut this, we're going to squeeze on that. We think we can get this, and this donated in kind, and we're going to do that project. We're not going to do it quite like we said we would, and we're going to start hustling to find people to donate in kind some of the things I put in there that we would buy, but we will do that project. But if they had said, what will you do if you don't get the 90? I would have said, we'll keep looking, because we want to do it. It's an important project, but I certainly wouldn't have thought we could do it on 60. I think we'll figure out a way to do it. So that you may be asked that, and that's part of sustainability. You may also be asked, and it's not really on the slide, but you probably will be asked, what will you do when our funding runs out? Now, that's a question you have to ask yourself. What will we do when this funding's gone? You ask them to fund you for 1 year to do, for example, maybe you want to start a high school equivalency class in another community, and you ask them to fund it for 1 year, and then they say, what will you do at the end of that year? Well, one answer could be, obviously, we won't have the class anymore, but I hope that wouldn't be your answer. I hope your answer will be something to the effect of, during this year, while you're funding it, we will be looking for other funders to come along and partner with us next year, because they probably won't fund you a second year unless you ask for a 2-year grant. Foundations don't want to be a line item in your budget. So the answer should be, we will be looking for additional funders to partner with us. We will be seeking out other opportunities, looking for in-kind donors, things like that. They want to know that you're not just going to drop it. One of the reasons foundations don't like to fund salaries, and they don't generally, or not full salaries certainly, is because they don't want someone to lose their job at the end of the year when their funding doesn't come in for a second year. So they don't mind funding parts of salaries if they, if you ask them to pay a little bit on somebody's salary or part of a salary, but they don't really like to get a grant proposal that says, as part of this program, we're asking you to give us the money to hire a brand new person and fund their salary for this year. Because they are always leery about the fact that a year from now, when their grant is spent, somebody will lose their job, and nobody likes that. So you need to be thinking about that. And if you're going to do a project that involves hiring a brand new person, you need to look at making sure you have multiple funders so that if one drops out a year from now or two drop out, you can still find some money to pay that salary to keep that person on staff, because nobody wants to be responsible for somebody losing their job. Now, back on the timeline, one thing I didn't mention, I see here in my notes, is that if you're going to, I mentioned key benchmarks along the way. So if it's like, for example, when we did Project Best, our high school equivalency class, the timeline that I would maybe write out might start with recruiting volunteers. That may be 3 or 4 months before the class starts. Then volunteer training. Then we might have the start date of the class. We might have, start date of the program. That'd be when we start taking applications from students. Then we would have the first day of class. Then we might have midterm testing. Then we might, in our case, after we did midterm testing, we sometimes moved students around to different groups because we taught in small groups. So after midterm testing, that might mean someone would move from, being in my math group to somebody else's math group, depending on how they scored. And then we would have end of semester testing, and then we always had a graduation ceremony. So those were the kinds of things I could put on my timeline. Here, again, with our careers now, similar kind of thing. It's a class, so we are recruiting volunteers. We are recruiting and interview participants who want to be in the class. We are lining up materials. It's a construction class, so we're doing things like getting lumber and all those kinds of things. Then we have the first day of class. Then we have the week that they do their OSHA training. Then we have midterm. Then they do testing, and of course they have graduation. And so that all happens over a span of several months. And so that's the timeline. And then we do that same thing again 4 times a year. So if it's a full year, we would have a full year calendar that we could share with them. And that's the kind of timeline that we're talking about. Okay, so common attachments. There are lots of things you can attach to a grant application, and lots of things they will want you to attach. If they don't tell you, if they don't mention any attachments, for example, well, they'll pretty much always ask for a couple of things. But if they just ask for a couple of things, then everything else is optional, and you're going to need to decide kind of what you want to include. But let me just share with you common things that I have attached to grant applications. First of all, your 501c3 from the IRS. They'll always want to know that. Foundations can't give. They can only give to certain kinds of organizations, generally 501c3 nonprofit organizations. Some of them can give to certain kinds of organizations, but they can't give to individuals. They can't just, because they love you, they can't write you a check. So you have to prove that you are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. So they'll want to see your proof of that. That's the letter from the IRS. They very often want to see the copy of your organization's last tax return, whether it's a 990 or a 990 EZ or whatever. And if there's been some long delay in filing your most recent tax return, then you need to explain that. Sometimes you have to file for an extension. We always did at Tarrant Literacy Coalition because we depended on volunteers to help us with that kind of thing. And so the deadline was, whatever the deadline was, we'd file an extension and we'd file another extension. So we were always, almost a year behind in filing our tax return. They often want to see financial documents. For example, if you've had an audit, they'll want to see that. If you just file, if you don't have a full audit, but you get a review done, which is what we did at Tarrant Literacy Coalition when we were smaller and we had a smaller budget, they'll want to see that. That's where an accountant says, we've looked at the books, nobody's cooking the books, everything looks good, and so they want to see a copy of that. They may want to see interim financial statements. So for example, if your tax return was, if the last tax return you have is 2018, but you're getting monthly financial statements from your accountant, they may want to see the ones that have come in since the last tax return. But I would suggest you ask if they want to see that, because, for example, if your 2018 tax return has been filed, but you haven't yet filed 2019, and they want interim tax returns, interim financial statements, that's a lot of financial statements. Unless you just get your accountant or whoever does your books to give you one for the year of 2019, like January through December, and then just a few months. Well, now we're already to August, but for 2020. But you don't want to just bury them in paper unless they want that kind of thing. So you might want to find out for sure, what do they want for financial records. They may just want to see a balance sheet. They may not want a monthly income and outgo, monthly financial statement. They just may want to see a balance sheet to see how much you have in the bank and that kind of thing. A board roster is almost always requested, almost always something you would want to send. If you're going to send a list of your board members, it's really, really, really important that you list your board members' names with your officers at the top, president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, whatever you have, and the rest should be in alphabetical order, and you should have where they work. That's it. They don't need board members' phone numbers or email addresses. In fact, you don't really want them to have board members' phone numbers or email addresses. You don't really want them just calling up a board member and going, hey, I got a grant application, and they're asking about so-and-so, because board members won't know the details of that. And then that's embarrassing, and the board members may say the wrong thing inadvertently. It really just needs to be their name and professional affiliation. If it's a board member who's retired, you can put where they worked in parentheses, retired. If it's a person who doesn't work and hasn't worked, maybe it's a stay-at-home dad or a stay-at-home mom, I always put community volunteer, because honestly, what's politically correct anymore? Stay-at-home mom, homemaker, I don't know. I put community volunteer. That's what they are. They're a volunteer in the community because they're volunteering for you, so I put community volunteer. A staff roster, you may want to include that as well. If you have a small staff, you can include that on your board roster. So you can just put, board of directors and then staff, and list your staff and what their title position is. Newsletter samples. If you do some kind of newsletter, most people, if they do a newsletter at all now, it's online, so it doesn't often print out very well. But if you're going to mail something in, if you're doing it online, and you can just submit it online and submit an online link to your newsletters. If your newsletters look good and great and you're proud of them, it's great to send a sample. You don't need to send the last 12 issues. Nobody wants that. Nobody's going to read it. But just one, maybe two. Letters of support are great. If you can get a letter of support that is from a prominent person, your community's mayor, superintendent of schools, a college president, or even a college professor that knows about what you do is wonderful. The executive director of another nonprofit that you partner with, United Way or another organization. Many times when I was at Tarrant Literacy Coalition, I was asked to write letters of support for other literacy programs, and I was always happy to do it. I did probably hundreds in the many years that I was there, and always on our letterhead, and I was happy to do it. And those are nice to have. A letter from one of your students, or maybe two, not more than two, but something from one of your students, a testimonial kind of letter. It's a little bit, you want to make sure that they look nice, nice enough, and that they're a good reflection on your program, but it's always great to have something from a student. If it's a capital campaign, if you're looking to refurbish a building, and somebody asked a question about raising money for a building, there are many foundations that would love to give to buildings, either buying a building, refurbishing a building, building a building, absolutely. There are lots of places, lots of foundations that will support that. I've done, oh, I've kind of lost track of how many building projects I've done. The building that I'm sitting in today that I said we have a new building is not really a new building. It was an old building that we took all the way down to the studs and repurposed. And I've done that a couple of times, many times in fact. But if it is a building, if you're doing a building campaign or even just to remodel a classroom or something, anything you can get that shows that, you know, architectural picture or a drawing of how it's supposed to be or what it's going to look like, of course they would like to see that because it's visual and you can attach that. If you're writing for a new class and you want to attach the schedule that kind of, or just a student enrollment form, you don't want to send too much, but if it's kind of just a simple, you know, this is what it looks like, this is what we're doing, that's always great. You don't want to send photographs, but if you want to, and you can do a one-page that just has some pictures, some faces that shows the people that are in your program, I think that's nice. I think it's good. I know people respond to faces. I know people respond to pictures. They need to be good quality. They need to be up close face. I mean, not right in your face, but people need to be able to see what they are and tell what it is. A picture of a person that's on if you do like a 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, and you put 4 pictures on there or 5 pictures on there that are taken from your classes, and it's pictures of a student and a tutor working, or a person in a class with 3 or 4 students. Those are good. A picture of somebody standing in front of a class with a whole bunch of students, and it makes it where everybody is so small you can't even see it, that's really not very helpful. I mean, they can't tell what that is. So some good pictures, good quality that show people, those are helpful. But don't send a bunch, and don't send actual photographs. Don't try to put those in the application or anything like that. If your organization has been featured in a magazine article that's maybe a 1-page, something like that is nice. When we started Tarrant Literacy Coalition fairly early on, they did a feature story. It was actually about me. I mean, it had me, a picture of me, which I didn't love, but it really was this article was about starting Tarrant Literacy Coalition. And it was a great article, and it was 1 page. And so we used that, we reprinted that and sent that along with some of our funding applications. Later, we had another article done in a magazine called 360, and it had just, I think maybe three pictures of our students, and told the story of 2 of our students. And that was wonderful. We got reprints of that. Of course, it was very well done, professionally done. And I used that with several grant applications because it was just kind of a 1-page. And it showed them that we'd been featured in a magazine. So that was really neat. And occasionally you might have somebody, they might ask for something else specific, like a copy of your bylaws, or, you know, something policy or procedure or something specific like that. That might be unusual. I mean, that is kind of unusual, but there might be some particular funder that would ask for something like that specifically, that, you know, whatever it is, send it to them, whatever it is. I will tell you that my experience has been they don't want to watch movies or videos or things like that. If you may have a great YouTube you could send the link to. I have not found that they're interested in that. In fact, I had a funder tell me, well, way back when people used to have videos, he specifically told me, he said, he asked me, he goes, I hear you teach grant writing workshops. And I said, I do. And he said, will you do me a favor? And I said, yeah. And he said, will you tell people to quit sending me their videos? He said, I don't have time to watch those. And they're just stacking up, and I feel bad. I hate to throw them away. I don't know what to do with them. And then more recently, I had somebody say to me, almost the identical thing about people sending him links to their videos. He said, Kathryn, I don't have time to do that. We get dozens and dozens of applications. And he said, some of those videos are 15 minutes long. He said, I don't have time to do that. He said, I wish I did, I'm sorry that I don't, but I just don't. And he said, do they not realize how many I have to watch? And so he said, please tell people, just don't. Tell me your best story and get it to me, and I'll read it, and we'll go from there. So before we go to lunch, I'm just going to tell you, I want to share a story, or just share a couple of my experiences um, related to submitting applications and things like that. One of the things we'll talk about this afternoon is actually the submission process. But when I first moved to the Metroplex area, the Fort Worth area, I was writing a proposal to a foundation in Dallas. I had gotten money from that foundation when I lived in Wichita Falls. They had funded a couple of projects. And so now that I was in Fort Worth, I wanted to submit a proposal to them again. And because I had always mailed in my proposal when I lived in Wichita Falls, but now I lived in Fort Worth, I thought, well, I'll just drive it over to Dallas and hand deliver it. Now, I heard from all my Fort Worth people that I had met, and they were like, you're driving to Dallas? For those of you that are from the Metroplex area, you would know that some people act like, there's like this giant wall between Dallas and Fort Worth. They were just shocked that I would get in my car and drive all the way to Dallas to deliver this proposal. But I was like, yeah, I'm going to drive it. They were like, no, just mail it. And I was like, it's just Dallas. I'm driving over there. And granted, it's about a 45-minute drive. But anyway, so I drove over there because I wanted to introduce myself to these people who had given me money before. So I drove over there, and the proposal was due on one day, like a Friday, and it was a Thursday when I drove over there. And I drove over there, and this big, beautiful high-rise building in Dallas. And I got over there, and I get on the elevator, and I look, and I realize there were 3 other people in the elevator with me, and every one of them was holding a manila envelope. And then we all pressed the same floor, and I was like, oh, we're all going to the same place. I'm just going to be one more person in line. So we all got off, and we all went to the same foundation office, and each of them, went in and handed it to the lady. And I look over, and there was a folding table, like a banquet. I mean, like a folding table, like when you're having an event or something. And it was folded, sitting there in that room, which obviously it was not normally in that room. It was a lovely office, and it was just stacked, I don't know, a foot high all the way along with envelopes, manila envelopes. And I always remember that. Because it was a visual representation to me of, so this is what it's like when they get these applications. Mine's going to go on the stack. It's just going to be one more on the stack. But I introduced myself to the woman, and I told her who I was, and I said I used to live in Wichita Falls, and I got money from this foundation, and now I live in Fort Worth, and I would so love to meet Mr. What his name was, and what's his name was. And she said, oh, well, let me see if he has a minute. And he did, and he came out, and we chatted for a minute. So it was really wonderful, and I was so glad I had driven over there. And he took it from me, and as we're talking, he kind of walks over to the table and laid it on the stack. So it didn't get any special consideration in that way. It did just get laid on the stack. But it was a visual reminder. It was just a visual. I'm like, oh, wow, look at all those proposals. And for years, I had been teaching grant writing workshops. And I had said, as I said to you all at the very beginning of today, that when you submit your proposal and they open it up and somebody reads it, that you want it, it's going to go on, after it comes out of that big stack, it's going to go on one of 3 places. Somebody's going to read it. Maybe they're just going to read your abstract. Maybe they're going to read through your whole proposal. But when they finish, it's going to do one of 3 things is going to happen. Somebody's going to say, no, we're not interested in this at all. Or they're going to say, oh, yes, I really like this one. Let's really give this one a good look. Or they're going to say, well, maybe we might do something with this, and it's going to go in that stack. Needless to say, you want to do everything you can to keep it from going in the no, we're not interested stack. And the things that you can do to stay out of that no stack, of course, first of all, is make sure you don't ask for way more than they ever give or way less than they give, what they're used to giving. So again, remember I said, if they give grants in the $5,000, $10,000, $5,000 to $10,000 range and you're asking for 500, it's just not going to catch. They're like, whatever, we're not doing that. Or if they're used to giving in the $5,000 to $10,000 range and you've asked for 50, that's not going to happen either. It's going to go in the no stack. The same as it would if my Kathryn Thompson can give 25,000. I can't give 25,000. $25. If somebody comes up to me and says, "Hey, Kathryn, I'm doing a walkathon, and I'm trying to get donations, and I need, I'm asking everybody to give $25," and I can do that without really thinking about it. I can say, "Yeah, I'll sponsor you for $25." But then the next guy that I work with comes in and says, "Hey, Kathryn, I'm doing a walkathon, and I'm asking everybody to give $200," and I have to go, "I don't know who you think you're asking, but it's not me. I don't do $200 for walkathons." I mean, he just gets flat turned down. I'm not even going to say what's it for, or, it's just a flat out no. So if you ask way too much, you go in the no stack. Or you got another thing that puts you in the no stack is they fund healthcare. They're a healthcare foundation. That's what they love to do. They're all about healthcare. They do healthcare all the time. And if you looked on their 990 and looked up their tax return like I told you, and you saw they give to American Heart Association, American Cancer Society, 3 hospitals, and the Lung Association, and every single thing on there is health, and you want them to fund your ESL class, you're going in the no stack. I mean, unless it's your brother's foundation or something like that, you're going in the no stack. So there are some things you can do that cause you to go in the no stack. Why would you even want to waste your time and their time and your good paper and your stamp or postage or whatever? So there are things that can just stick you right in the no stack right away. Or you're asking for them to help you do a class when all they want to do, like the Maybe Foundation out of Tulsa, which has now moved to Midland, all they do is building stuff. And you're talking about an ESL class. They're going to read that and go, "No, we don't do that stuff." So you want to do everything you can to stay out of that stack. Of course, you would love to be in the, "Oh my goodness, yes, we love this." Well, there are a couple of things that can help you do that. One is if they've given to you before and you know they love you. 2 is you've talked to them on the phone. You've sent them a pre-application letter if they've requested it, and they've already said to you, "We really like what you do. Send us a proposal." Or if you have the case like I had when I mentioned earlier, I had a board member whose son played soccer with the guy's son, and then he came to see me and walked around our classroom with me. And when we finished that day, he said, "Kathryn, send me an application." And I said, "Okay, sure. Yes, I would love to do it." And I said, "Do you have an idea of like what would be a reasonable amount to ask for?" And he paused for a minute and he said, "Ask for $15,000. And I said, "Okay." Now, I kind of thought when I send that in, I'm probably in that yes stack. And I was. So the fact that he had come to see us, we had a connection with my board member, he'd walked around the classroom, I told him everything we did, and then he had said to me, "Send me an application," and ask for $15,000. So that's kind of the green light. I'm probably in the yes stack. And the maybe stack is you've done all your homework, you've done all the things I've told you so far, and I'm going to tell you this afternoon after lunch. You've written a great proposal, you've crossed all your T's, you've dotted all your I's, you know what they like to fund, you've put together a great proposal, you've proofread it, you've got other people to read it, you've done a great narrative, you've not made any of the common mistakes. They fund the kinds of things that you're doing. Your program is rock solid. Then at least you're getting to the maybe, and then you've got a chance. So when you think about all those things and think about, you want to make sure that you get in one of the yes or the maybe. You don't want to get in the no. And again, when I went over to that foundation, I'll always remember, I can see it as clear now as I could. That was 13 years ago. 13 years ago, I can remember it. Seeing that stack of all those envelopes there and knowing some of them are going straight to the no's. Some of them may go straight to the yeses. And by the way, I did get that grant. And some of them got to the maybe stack that we're going to, but seeing all those envelopes, I realized there's a lot of competition out there. and they all get put in the stack, and every single one of them got opened up and pulled out of that envelope by a person. Some person read every one of those, and then more people read them, obviously, because they had a board. And so everybody, every proposal was a story to somebody that somebody read and somebody made a decision about. And that's how it'll be with your proposals that you submit. So, okay, we're going to go to lunch, and it is 10 till 12. Let's plan to meet back at 1:15. We'll start back at 1:15, so that gives everybody an hour and a little bit, hour and 25 minutes. So I hope you will all come back. I hope you've enjoyed this morning, and I hope you'll all sign back on after lunch. We'll sign off, and if you've asked for anything that I need to address in the chat, I will, I'll try to answer those while we're on break. Okay?
Yeah, there's a question for you to answer about the if you're a new 501c3, do you only provide your financials only for your additional attachments?
Yeah, I need to see that, and I can't get that to open.
Okay, it should be at the bottom. I sent it to you privately again. So.
Okay. Let me get now. Okay, you sent it to, I can't get it to open up. There we go. Let me see. Oh, I'm not really sure what she means by that. Meaning she doesn't have any of those other attachments, I guess.
I'm sorry?
I'm wondering if she means if she doesn't have any of all those other attachments.
Yeah, for the financial part. Financial documentation, you had said
But wouldn't
501.
have an audit or a tax return, I guess,
Okay.
is what she means. Okay, we're going to start back. Looks like we have a good number of people back in the Zoom room with us. I hope everybody had a nice lunch break. We have a lot to cover this afternoon, but I think we'll get done on time, maybe even a little bit early. So we've talked about a lot of different things this morning about researching to look for funders, and all the different components of parts of a grant, grant proposal, things you want to be sure that you include in your proposal. And of course, if you're filling out a grant application on an online portal, you will just simply answer all the questions that they ask you. I mentioned that when you're doing an online application, there will be boxes that you will answer a narrative, and I'll talk about that a little bit more. And then also drop-down menus, and those are simply, where you click on the link, and there will be options that you have to choose from. We just did one, very recently, where there were some new questions that I hadn't seen ever before. Oftentimes you'll have them that will be the questions that you might expect, some drop-down menus about maybe population ranges, age ranges, race. They might ask you to click on all the different races or ethnicities that you serve, but now we're beginning to see ones that ask about gender identity. Do you serve only heterosexual, homosexual, non-binary, all of those different ones. So I hadn't seen those before. And one of the ones that the question said, if you do not ask those you serve what their gender preference is, click on 100% all genders or something like that. And of course, we don't ask people that question. I shouldn't say of course, but we don't ask people that question. So we clicked on 100%. In other words, we serve all people. Don't exclude anybody. So when you're doing online applications, the things that we talked about this morning, when we were talking about writing a narrative or writing a proposal that you submit in an envelope that you actually mail or hand deliver, when you do an online, it is a little bit different because you're responding to whatever the questions are that they ask you in a box. And we'll talk about that again a little bit later. But this afternoon, right now, we're going to start talking about beyond kind of the basics. And the first thing we're going to talk about is collaborating with partners. And then we're going to talk about foundation site visits. And it looks like I'm going to have that same issue again. There we go. Okay, so let's talk about collaborating with partners. More and more funders of all kinds, whether they're foundation grant proposals that you're writing or any kind of funder, wants to, even individuals want to see you collaborate with partners. They want to see us work together. Many funders just flat out require it. They will not even accept a request from you for money unless they see that you are collaborating together with another organization or multiple organizations. Now, we're all very good at doing that, I think. Many of us. We just can't do the work that we do if we don't collaborate together. It takes a village. It takes more than one of us to do what it is that we do. Certainly when I was working with Tarrant Literacy Coalition, we were a coalition. The very name of our organization expressed what we did. We worked with many different literacy partners. Our organization was housed in a church. We had our office space there. So virtually every single day when I went to work, we were working in collaboration with another organization just by virtue of where we had our office space. That church had adult literacy programming, and that's how we came to have our offices there, because we needed office space. They already knew about adult literacy. They loved who we were and what we did. And so when the time came for us to look for new office space, I don't know, 4 or 5 years into our operation, I was talking to someone there at the church, and he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm busy. I'm out looking for office space." And he was like, "Wait a minute. We have a full education building that's mostly only occupied on Sunday." And so, long story short, we moved in there and occupied a big part of their education building. So we we were collaborative by our very nature. As I mentioned several times earlier, we had a high school equivalency program called Project Best. And Project Best, the best part about Project Best was, well, our students, but I mean, it was truly a very collaborative program because we co-sponsored that with an independent school district who had a family resource center. They were already teaching ESL. They did not have high school equivalency classes. They wanted them. They didn't have the means to do that. And so we moved in with them and we did the high school equivalency classes. And so we provided the teachers, we brought the students, they did the child care and provided the snacks, and it was just a wonderful collaboration. But funders really like to do that. They know that it leverages resources in a very positive way. They know that people doing things together can accomplish things that individually we could not accomplish. They know that it eliminates duplication of effort, and they know that it's just a smart way to do business. And so they're often looking for that. I mentioned earlier too a proposal that I recently worked on that was, we asked for 90,000, looks like we're going to get 60,000. That is a very widely collaborative project that I'll tell you about more in just a minute. But that funder, the first words on the information that they sent us when they said, we're going to be giving away, granting out $1 million in this 4 zip code area. And 3 of the zip codes we aren't involved with at all, but one of the zip codes, which was the smallest area of the 4, where they said in that area they're going to give out $150,000. But the opening sentence was, we are looking for people to collaborate to serve in these areas. So we knew that we would have to do it in collaboration with some other organizations. If you're going to do a collaborative project, or you're thinking of doing something and you know you're going to have to work with other people, the 2 words I can tell you, first off, start early. Start early. It takes a while to put together projects like that. And most importantly, it takes a while to put together a funding application when you're working with other people. Other people have other rules. If you're going to write an application with another organization, remember they have a board of directors that has to approve it. They may only meet every other month or even every 3 months. So it's going to take time for their board to say, yes, we want to do this. Yes, we approve it. They have other things going on. They may have a big fundraiser coming up and they don't have time to stop and meet with you, come to meetings, talk about budgets, talk about projects, talk about staffing, those kinds of things. It takes time to hash out all the details. The project that I mentioned earlier that we're working on, that we've submitted our piece of the pie of that proposal, involves a county agency that does county-wide planning. It involves a very large healthcare organization, a hospital system. It involves a very small nonprofit that operates within the zip code that we're trying to serve, they just got their 501c3. They don't have any staff. They don't have an office. They don't even have pens and pencils. They have a board. That's all they have. But they're from that zip code. They're all live in that zip code, which I don't, nor do any of the people I work with do. And so we want them to be a part of it because they're in that zip code. So we've included them. It includes the organization I currently work for, which is the Center of Hope. And then it includes the United Way of Tarrant County, which Tarrant County, of course, is where Fort Worth is. Very large organization, lots of moving parts, has about 70 or 80 employees. So those are all the partners that are working on this one collaborative grant proposal and ultimately collaborative project that we want to do to serve the people in this particular zip code. So you can imagine when we sat down, now normally we would sit down all in a room together, but because of COVID, we didn't do that. We sat down on a phone call, and we sat down to start talking about, okay, what can you do? What part can you play? What do you have? What do you bring to the table? And different people are bringing different things. That large healthcare system has lots of money, lots of different ideas, lots of projects, lots of people they can bring. We are really the second smallest group at the table. The little teeny tiny nonprofit that just got their 501c3, they're the teeny tiniest, but then we're next. We're the next smallest. But we were doing a large part of the writing the proposal because I have a lot of grant writing experience. So it took us quite a while, a number of days of back and forth, and who can pay for this and who might have that, because it's a project that involves feeding hungry people, and my organization is involved in that. And we happen to have a big box truck, and we work with the food bank. We were doing all of that kind of thing. So doing a collaborative project like that is not the same as me just sitting in my office writing a grant proposal by myself. I had to there was just a lot of back and forth and phone calls and how much can we do this and who could provide that and do you have a staff person who can help with this? So when you're going to do a collaborative project like that, it takes time. It's not the kind of thing where you can hear about a grant opportunity that's 2 weeks away and say, I'm going to sit in my office. I'm going to remember what Kathryn told me. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to write a grant proposal. Boom, I'm going to send it in. But the chances of us getting that funding are good because it is such a collaborative effort, because lots of people are putting in brain power and pieces of the pie. And I think we have a really good chance at getting it and doing the project, which is something brand new that we've never done before. And I think that the funders will really like it, and they'll see that there's lots of pieces in there. And the good news is that while we won't be getting all the money that we thought we needed when we put the proposal together, other partners are saying, oh, well, we can pick up that piece, and oh, we can work on that. So we're all working together to make it happen. But it's very important too, when you're doing a collaborative project, that everybody understands what their roles are and what their responsibilities are going in before you ever submit the proposal, and then of course once you do the project. I've been involved in a number of collaborative projects and a number of collaborative proposals, and one thing I've learned is that everything needs to be clear before you ever start. Clear in writing, clear in communication, clear on paper. I learned the hard way one time when I was involved in a project where we were it was 3 organizations. We were all writing a grant proposal together, and the money was going to be split 3 ways. Each of us were going to do 1/3 of the project. But one organization was actually submitting the proposal under their name. We each did our part of the writing. We each did our piece, and the agreement was if we got $30,000, each of us got 10, and we would each do our piece of the puzzle. But one organization actually submitted it. And what happened, we really never put that in writing exactly, that it was going to be split 3 ways, but we all said it verbally and we all agreed on it. Well, what happened was we didn't get as much as we asked for. And then the person who submitted the grant proposal said, well, I'll just say numbers. Let's say it was $30,000. It actually was quite a bit more than that. But we thought it was going to be 10, 10, 10. And then we didn't get 30,000, we got 15. Well, you would think it was 5, 5, 5. But the person who had submitted the proposal that we had all helped write said, well, I still want my 10, and then you all get what's left over. And that didn't go over too well. So if you're going to do a collaborative project with someone, everything has to be out on the table in writing in advance. Make sure if you're doing something like that and you're asking for some money, you need to make sure that you know in advance, if we do this and we don't get the full funding, how does the reduction happen? Is it across the board? Everybody takes the same percentage of reduction? Or is it that we just sit and look at the budget and say, well, I can cut here and maybe you can cut there? If you have good relationships with people, you can probably do that, but you need to be careful. Again, on the one we're working on right now, when we asked for 90, it looks like we're going to get 60. We said, let us take a look at our budget and see where we can cut. Everybody takes a look. We all work together and it's all going to work out. But it can be tricky if you're not careful. Now, let's talk about foundation site visits. One of the things that I always do when I write a proposal to someone, well, I've done this even to foundations that are way out of town, but certainly somebody local, I always invite them to come see us. I always say in my cover letter, which we'll talk about cover letters here in a little bit, I always say we welcome you to come and see us. Come and see what we're doing. Come visit us. I have had many times where foundation representatives have taken me up on that offer. They have come to see us, sometimes before they ever fund us, many times after they fund us. But it is wonderful to have them come see us. I already mentioned the situation, which was the Ryan Foundation, where the man his son played soccer with my board member's son, and he came to talk with me and walked around the classroom. We actually never made it to my office that day. I had an office classroom in front of the building, and my office was at the back. And I said, "Come on in." I met him at the front door, and we were going to walk to my office and chat. But we walked and we went through the classroom, and we stopped in the classroom and just stood there and talked for like 30 or 40 minutes. And then at the end of the time, I was like, "Well, you want to go to my office?" He's like, "No. Send me a proposal." I said, "How much?" He said, $15,000. We shook on it and he left. So he never actually made it back to my office. And that was a very almost impromptu kind of visit. It was not what I would call a formal foundation site visit, but it was great. It went wonderfully, and we got the money, and they became an ongoing, long-time supporter. But when I say foundation site visit, I'm talking about when I write my cover letter, and I always say in there, we would love to have you come visit and see what we do. That kind of site visit is where it's scheduled and one or more representatives of the foundation actually come and do a site visit at your program. And so when that's going to happen, if you get lucky enough to have it happen and you want to encourage it, there's some things you want to think about in having your site visit. First of all, of course, you need to prepare. You want to prepare thoughtfully and strategically for your site visit. You want to think about who do you want to have there. First thing you want to do is get out your proposal that you submitted, because it will probably have been a little while since you sent it, and read over it again. Read over it and make sure, remember exactly what you were asking for. What story did you tell? Which story did you tell? Did you tell about a particular student in that narrative? And if so, is that student available? Could you get that person to come? Now, you would only want that student to come if that student could be there comfortably, not going to be a basket of nerves, and not going to feel like they're being exhibited or being exploited by being there. But if it's a student that is happy to tell their story and will feel comfortable and not be too nervous, then of course, wouldn't it be wonderful to have that student there? If the student has a family and their children are old enough to be there, by that I mean second, third grade or above, and could be there and participate, that'd be great, absolutely. So that would be wonderful. If you have a couple of board members, and I say 1 or 2 board members, you don't need 6 or 8 board members. That's overwhelming to a foundation person. And it's just too much. And then they're just sitting there. You don't have time for them to talk. They just sit there like, whatever. But it's great to have a couple of board members. You want to be sure that you have board members who can speak articulately about your program, who won't get off track, who won't start telling their own stories, who can speak. They're not just going to sit there and get shell shocked when the person shows up, who will know to be on time. I have gotten, I've had some sad stories of board members who show up 15, 20 minutes late and interrupt the flow of the conversation. That's no good. I've also had board members who, are kind of just a little bit too talkative. We don't need that. But you want board members, if you have a couple, that will read through the proposal so they know what you're asking for. If you have a board member who's their heart and soul is, for example, ESL, but this is a proposal about your high school equivalency program, you don't want a board member to come and then start talking their heart out about the wonderful ESL program you had. That's not what this proposal is for, or vice versa. Or somebody whose heart is really with children's literacy, and this is an adult literacy proposal. Make sure that the board member, if you have one or two, make sure they've read through the proposal and they understand what it is you're asking for so that they can speak to that particular issue. You want to have your staff there. I mean, if you have staff, certainly have them around, but they don't necessarily need to be in and part of the site visit. Make sure things look nice, but don't go overboard. You don't need to spend a lot of money on fancy catering and silver trays and things like that. You certainly want to look like you need the money, so you don't want them to think that you just spent $200 having a 30-minute site visit catered. Handouts are okay if there's something that you didn't submit with your proposal, and you have maybe a nice brochure or newsletter or something that you want to have available there, or something recent. Perhaps if you submitted your proposal and they've had it for a couple of months, and now you've recently got an annual report or something new that you've gotten that they didn't have, you can have those there. The main thing I'm trying to say is don't wing it. Don't have some big long prepared speech, but don't wing it. Be prepared. One other important thing that you want to do is whoever they bring, and find out in advance if you can who they're bringing and how many they're bringing, so you have enough chairs and space for everybody. Whoever they bring, get those people's names, titles, find out who they are, because afterward you want to send a nice thank you note. If you can send a thank you note to each individual person, that's great. So if they come and they have a business card you can collect by giving them your business card and do one of those little business card trades, that's great. If you just get the name of the foundation director or senior person and then get the names of the other people so that you can at least send a thank you note to the lead person and mention in your thank you note, we also appreciate Mr. Roberts and Mrs. Sanders for coming along that day or something like that. But you want to send a thank you note, and you want to be able to name people. You don't want to say, thanks also to the other two people you had in tow with you. Not sure who they were, but it was nice of them to come. So I've seen that mistake happen. I've made that mistake myself before, just being nervous, and then I'm like, who were those other two people? I don't know. Were they board members of the foundation? Were they friends? I don't know who those people were. So you can do that sometimes if you have enough people coming that it seems okay. You can have a little sign-in guest book or something, or you can just say, can I get your name? I want to make sure that I have it down correctly. I want to let our other board members know who came today, or something like that. But just try to get the information about who is there with you. And then when they're there, what happens? Well, of course, first of all, you thank them for coming. You welcome them and thank them for coming. Then you tell them how much you appreciate. You ask them if in advance. I mean, what I would be saying is something like, can we show you around? Now, you may or may not have much to show. At our office, we had one classroom because that's not really where we taught, and we had an office. So sometimes we would have a site visit at our office with that classroom. Sometimes we would have a site visit over at the Family Resource Center where we taught our classes. But either way, I'd kind of show them around. This is where we teach. This is where the students sign in. This is where, this is the child care, where the child care is offered. And then I would say, just kind of reiterate the principles of our proposal. As you know, the proposal that we submitted is to help fund our classes that we offer to adults on Tuesday and Thursday nights, or something like that. I hope you've all had a chance to read it, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. And then just let them take over. And often they would say, well, we just wanted to see where it is, and tell us again, now how did the students get here, or tell us again, where do the volunteers come from, or what do y'all do with volunteers, or and then they just ask a couple of questions. Usually it was simply for them to kind of put a visual with the piece of paper that they had in their hand. So they had this application, it's words on a page, and they just want to try to visualize what's happening. How does it work? Where do they see it? So that they can, it's kind of like getting a face with a name. So they've got this application, but it's just words on a page, and if they come and visit, then they can see this is where it's happening, and it makes it more real to them. If I have a student there that could tell the story, I would say, I would really wanted you all to meet, I really wanted you to meet Bricia. She's one of our graduates, or she's currently enrolled in our program. And I thought you might want to hear a little bit about what the program has meant to her. So if that's okay with you all, I'd like her to share her story. And of course, they would always say, oh yeah, we would love to hear her story. And then she would say something. And I mentioned her, Bricia, because she was one of my students who was very well able to share her story. And so that's just what we did. And 30 minutes usually was how long it would take. It rarely did it take any longer than that. So that's kind of what would happen at our site visit. That we would, what we would happen when we had our site visits, and that's just, the kind of the way we did it. But you do want to think strategically and prepare in advance. Don't just have them show up. Don't just think you can wing it and, yeah, I have a few people there, we'll drink a little coffee and go with it. Think about what the story is that you want to tell, remembering back to your presentation, the story you've told, the issue that you're trying to address, and how you plan to address that issue just to make an impact on people's lives. You're just kind of putting on that little show just for a little bit of time to let them see. And one thing too, if you have, if you've asked for money to solve maybe a physical problem, for example, perhaps that one of the things you need to expand into more classrooms because you need more space, then let them see that. Let them see how crowded it is in the classroom. Don't try to hide that. Let them see. Look how close the desks are. What would be really helpful is if we had more money, we could rent more space, or we could move out, or we could, I've got two groups meeting in one classroom, and it'd be really great if they could meet in separate classrooms. Let them get the visual of that kind of thing. If you have some of the teaching materials that you use, and right now students are having to, they can't write in the book because you don't have enough books, so they have to look in the book and then write their answers on a piece of paper, and because you have to reuse the books, have that there to show them. Let them see, here's the ESL book, and you can see it has blanks in here, and they ought to be able to write in the book and take their book home, and this is meant to be a workbook, but we're having to use it like a classroom book, and then they have to write their answers on the spiral notebook. They can't write in the book. But it would be so much better if we had enough money for every student to have his or her own book. Show them those kinds of things. Let them see that, because we've done that before. We've had that situation where we didn't have enough money to buy books, and any reasonable person can look at it and see it would be so much better if they just had their own book. And they understand that because their kids have their own books at their school, and they know that, and they look at it and they can see, oh, yeah, we need to give money so that every student has his or her own book. That is not a lot to ask. And we all know that people learn better if they have their own book, their own supplies, their own things to use. So show them those kinds of things. Think about what's in your budget, what you're asking for, and make sure they can visually see, oh, I see what you need. Yes, I see it. I see it. And I want to give you the money. That's what you want to happen. Okay. So that's what happens with a site visit. Let's go on. Now we're going to start talking about writing. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the actual writing. We're going to talk about grammar and punctuation and style and appearance, and we'll talk about the cover letter. So let's get going on that. Now, so one thing I have learned in all my years is there are a lot of opinions about grammar and punctuation and style and form and all of those kinds of things. When I first started working at Tarrant Literacy Coalition, I had a small board of about 8 people. One of those 8 was a college president, who had been an English professor for many years. Another of those was a woman who was an attorney, is an attorney, who had been the attorney for the Foundation Center in New York. And the third one was the editor of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Those three women were outstanding writers. They were the best of the best. They had one taught writing, that was the professor and college president. One wrote for a living, obviously, the editor of the Star-Telegram, and she also was editorial director, so she corrected everybody's writing on a major metropolitan newspaper. And the third one, the attorney, obviously attorneys write all kinds of briefs, and I forgot to say, she graduated from Harvard Law School. So I had these three women, and every time I wrote an email or a memo or any kind of document to the board, I knew that that was going to those three ladies. It was very daunting and very wonderful, because my writing ability, I already thought I was a good writer, but my writing ability went through the roof working for those three women. I learned so much from them. But I also learned that each of them had their own writing style. So I would write something and I would send it to those three ladies and ask them to proof it. And I would get back three versions, different. Each one of them would say, oh, no, this needs to be this. And the other one would say, this needs to be this. And I would say to them, you guys fight it out and tell me which one you want me to do. Because obviously writing for a newspaper is different than writing an English paper, which is different than writing a legal brief. But it was very wonderful. So and then, let me go on, and then about 3 years later, I started teaching high school equivalency classes and learning to teach people how to pass the language arts exam of the high school equivalency test. And that's when I learned writing in a whole different way. Now, teaching people that not to capitalize letters in the middle of sentences, which many of my students wanted to do, not to put an exclamation point at the end of every sentence, which many of my students wanted to do. So I now have a pretty keen eye for all those kinds of things. The important thing is everyone has to kind of develop their own writing style. But when you're writing a grant application, your writing style needs to be more formal than when you're texting your husband that you're going to be late getting home from work, or more formal than when your kids are texting you. You need to have a fairly formal style. You need to make sure that you have proper subject verb agreement. You need to know things like don't capitalize words in the middle of sentences, which I think must be the great American sin, because it happens I see it so much. And you need to make sure that if you're not so great on that, if that's not been something you've done, my suggestion is, first of all, brush up. Secondly, look for a writing class you can take online. There are lots of them. Some are free, some are very low cost. If you have a community college nearby you, take a good writing class at a community college, just to remind yourself. There's nothing wrong with not knowing great grammar and writing well. And I didn't say that very well, but not everybody can write well. So don't feel bad if you need some help in that area. I proof a lot of things for a lot of people, and the average person on the street is not a great writer and does not always know all the grammar rules. And of course, as time has gone on, we have become much more casual in our writing style. So a lot of people don't mind using, saying we've served over 70,000 people, or we've served over 7,000 people this year, when I was taught that over is a fence you jump over. You don't say over, you say more than 7,000 people. But casual styles like that are becoming more and more acceptable. I don't like them, but they are becoming more and more acceptable. The important thing is this, of course, as I said, you want to use proper grammar, proper verbs, and those kinds of things. So one of the suggestions I have is find someone, if you know that's not your your best skill. Find someone that is a good writer, someone who teaches English or someone who has taught English to proofread your writing and go through it for you and then learn from them. Don't just let them correct your mistakes and you change them and go on and do it again and again and again. Look at what they're correcting and learn it so that you will become better and better at writing. And learn the rules. But one of the things that I want to remind you when you are writing, and that as far as grammar and punctuation, we have that, most of us have that on our computer. It will check grammar, but remember it doesn't correct things like the difference between THEIR and THERE. It might, sometimes it does, but not always. But it also certainly can't tell your story for you. So when you're writing and you're trying to tell your story, you have to make sure that the way you tell your story also becomes part of your style and your writing style and your voice. And you're wanting to personalize your story and your application while also using proper grammar and good punctuation. And when you find somebody to proofread your application, it's so interesting because I wrote a proposal recently, and the name of our organization, the legal name, and that's what they want. They want to know your legal name, is Parker County Center of Hope. And I had left the R off Parker. I'd done it, and I left it off. And each time I kept looking over my narrative, I wasn't even looking at that. I was looking at all the paragraphs and reading the paragraphs and checking the word count and all that thing. I never once caught that the R was missing off Parker County. And so I handed it to a woman who we have here who's a wonderful proofer, and she actually attended my grant writing workshops years ago, and so she always says, well, I learned everything I know from you, but that's not true. But anyway, I handed it to her and I asked her, would you proof this? And as I was handing it to her, she had a pen in her hand and it barely hit the desk, and she circled the Parker, because it said Parkey. I circled it and said, you left off the R. I had looked at it a dozen times at least in print, reprinting it and looking at it, and I never caught that. And she caught it before it even hit her desk. And that's what happens when a new set of eyes looks at something that you're doing. So that's the importance of having different sets of eyes look at something. But remember, when you are getting different people to look at it, again, different people have different opinions about grammar and punctuation, but you want to be consistent throughout. And if you're not so great on those two things, find someone to help you who is. So, style and appearance. If you are submitting a proposal that you're going to hand deliver, like I did to the people in Dallas in my little envelope that went on this stack with a big table, or you're going to mail it, you need to remember a couple of things. First of all, you want to make a good impression, and you only get one chance to make a good first impression. Somebody's going to get that envelope. Somebody's going to open it up, a human being. It may be a file clerk. It may be an executive secretary. It may be the president of the foundation. You don't know which it is, and it doesn't really matter. Whoever it is going to open it up and pull out what's inside. And you want to make a good impression. You want it to look nice. The same way if you were submitting your resume for a job, you don't use plain white copy paper. You get resume paper. You put it in something nice. You make it look nice. You want to use a good, easy to read font, not the font I have on these slides today. That's just a fun font, not something real flowery and curlicue that people can't read. Easy like Arial or Calibri or something like that. Generally about 12 point is good. That's a good size. If you're going to use bold or underline, you want to use it very sparingly. Nobody wants to read something with a bunch of those. We've all gotten those letters in the mail where people are trying to get us to donate, or they want us to come buy a new car, and it's a 3-page letter with a key taped to the back of it, and everything's bold and underlined and highlighted in yellow. And of course, we don't even look at any of that, right? The more bold and underlined it has, the less we look at it. If you're hand delivering it or sending it by mail, you want to use good quality paper. It doesn't have to be card stock or anything like that. In fact, that would be, you would not want to do that, but you want to make it good quality paper, and you do not hand address it. Now, if I'm writing a fundraising letter to somebody and asking them to give me money, I often like to hand address because people are more likely to open a hand addressed envelope. If it's a letter that says, you know, dear so-and-so, let me tell you about Center of Hope, and would you please make a donation? Yeah, I'm all about hand addressing those. But a foundation funding request needs to be have a nice label, big like shipping label kind of size, with their name on it, very nice, which you do on the computer. It needs, if at all possible, of course, it needs to have a person's name, the president or director of the foundation, the full foundation's name, their full address. If they're in a office building, make sure you have the suite number, city, state, zip. If I'm mailing it, I'm going to mail it by certified mail. That's the one with the little green card on it that they have, somebody has to sign for and send back to you so that you know they got it. You want to have that card so you can show that you submitted it by the deadline. If at all possible, I always like to hand deliver grant applications, even if it means that I'm just going up in an elevator, handing it to somebody, and they're putting it on a table where they're stacked way high. I always want to hand deliver it. I know it got there. They know it got there. I feel good about it. Maybe I see somebody that I can say hello to. Maybe not, but I like to hand deliver. I feel better about it. I've worked really hard on it. It means something to me, and I know it got there. I've mailed in ones, obviously. I used to live in a much smaller community, and when I lived in Wichita Falls, and we had a lot of foundations there, but anytime I wrote to one in the Metroplex or something, most of the time I mailed it. Sometimes I drove down to the Metroplex, did a little shopping, and hand delivered it. But most of the time I did have to mail those, and so those went by certified mail with the little green envelope. But the main thing, the little green postcard, the main thing is that I wanted, when they pulled it out, whoever it was who pulled it out, I wanted them to go, this looks nice. I didn't want it to be, sloppy. Also, whatever the directions were, if they had a website and I looked up that foundation on the website and it said how to apply for a grant, and it said send 1 unbound copy and 4 stapled copies, I always made sure I sent 1 unbound copy and 4 stapled copies. Whatever it said, I did it exactly as it said. And that's one good thing to do. One thing I failed to mention, if it doesn't say, call and ask. Find their phone number on the internet, look up their website, look up their tax return and get a phone number, call and ask them, do you want just 1 copy? Do you want it bound or unbound? Do you want it in a folder? Do you want it in an envelope? How do you want it? And do exactly what they say. You want to also double check and ask, who should I address it to? You hope that they'll give you a name, because you always want to address your cover letter to a real person. Every once in a while, you won't have a name, and you just have to send it to the board of trustees of that foundation. But mostly you want to make sure you have a name, and you want to make sure you get it spelled correctly and all of those kinds of things. And we'll talk about that when we talk about the cover letter, which is the next slide. So we'll talk about the cover letter, but it's a good idea to always call and verify for sure. Is this the address? Is this where I'm supposed to send it? Verify the deadline and verify all the information so that when you put it in the mail, or if you're going to drive to take it, unless it's somebody in your own community that you know, you've got all that straight. So, speaking of the cover letter, let's talk about what goes in the cover letter. So the cover letter is really the icing on your cake. It's going to be the front page of your application. It's going to be the thing, this is where your board president and your executive director, if that's not you, should co-sign it. There should be 2 signatures at the bottom of this page. It should be on your organization letterhead, and it should be the very first thing they see when they open the envelope and pull everything out. So it should be on top. When they turn the envelope over, The mailing address is on the other side, and they're turn it over to the back side, and they pull everything out. The very first thing they see should be your cover letter. First thing they see. It should be written on letterhead. It should be 1 page long, unless they tell you through when you're talking to them or you see it on their website and they say, here's the 72 things we want in the cover letter, which would make it, more than 1 page, but generally it should just be 1 page long. Remember, right behind it is going to be your executive summary, and that's going to be a page long. So you're giving them plenty of information. The cover letter really makes your whole proposal official because it's on your official letterhead. Okay? So that's what gives your whole proposal credibility that this is official. We're sending it under the banner of our letterhead, signed by our board president and the executive director. Now, one thing I want to say that you need to think about is if you're going to have your board president sign it, board presidents aren't just sitting by their phone waiting on us to call them to come sign letters. So I've had, I don't know, I've been doing this 30 some odd years. I've had lots and lots of board presidents over the years. And some travel, and some their offices have been far away from my office, et cetera, et cetera. So when I'm getting ready to write a proposal, I'm already thinking about when am I going to have this cover letter ready. I don't write at the beginning because something might change, but I always want to check with my board president and say, listen, I'm working on a proposal. I'm going to need you to sign a cover letter. What's your schedule in the next, whenever? I'm going to try to finish it up, it's due on the 15th. I'm going to have it finished by the 10th. Where are you going to be about that time? Because I want to make sure they're available to come sign that cover letter, or for me to run by their place and get them to sign that cover letter. So be thinking about that. So what goes in the cover letter? Well, first of all, first thing is opening deal is, you're thanking them for accepting your application. So I always say, on behalf of XYZ organization, I want to thank you for the opportunity to submit this funding application to support our work with adult learners, or something like that. If they have given to you in the past, of course you want to mention that. We are so grateful for the past support you've provided over the past years. It's allowed us to do many wonderful things, something along those lines. If it's being sent at the request of someone associated with the foundation, then you want to mention that. When I mentioned the foundation where the guy came and his children played soccer with my board members' children, he was the staff person at the senior staff person at that foundation, but that foundation had a chairman of the board who was the son of the family that set up that foundation. So that foundation is the Ryan Foundation. The man who came and saw me, his last name was something with an M, but my proposal was sent to Ryan, so-and-so Ryan Jr. It was his parents who had set up that foundation. So when I wrote my cover letter, to Mr. Ryan Jr. And so when I said in my cover letter, I said, as you know, so-and-so McDonald, or I can't remember his name. Anyway, visited me in January and invited me to submit this proposal. So in other words, I dropped his name right from the beginning. I'm like, just so I want to remind you, I'm submitting this because your guy told me to submit it. So I wanted to get that in. And if you have that kind of connection, you want to mention it. I didn't want them to get it and go, anybody know this girl? No, I don't know this girl. Who is this? I want to make real sure, don't forget, I'm doing this because the guy who works for you told me to do it. So I wanted to get that in. And then I went on to say, here's what we do. I did not mention how much we were asking for because that was in the very next page in the executive summary. And you don't need to either because it's in the executive summary. It's in the very next thing. Now, if you're, for some reason, they tell you not to do an executive summary or you just don't or whatever, then you need to go ahead and mention how much you're asking for in the cover letter. Don't make them go hunting for it 7 pages later. If it's not if you're not doing an executive summary at the beginning, then go ahead and put it in the cover letter, because they don't want to have to be thinking, what is she asking for? How much? How much? Where is it? Okay. Then, so write your cover letter. Always, always, I always say in the last paragraph, we would love for you to come for a site visit. I wrote a proposal to a foundation in Chicago and one time and said, we'd love for you to come to Texas. Come see us in Texas. Come for a site visit. And the guy called me and he said, were you kidding about us coming to Texas? And I said, no, come to Texas. I said, everybody wants to come to Texas. And he laughed and he said, yeah, that's what y'all say. And I was like, it is what we say. And he goes, well, I'll think about it. And he didn't come, of course. Well, I shouldn't say of course, but he didn't come. But I did it one time when I lived in Wichita Falls to a foundation in Austin, and they did come. They flew to Wichita Falls and came for a site visit, and they gave us some money. So just offer it. Maybe they'll come. You never know. Maybe you'll find out that they have a relative near where you are, and yeah, they'll come for a site visit. It's always invite them, always. And after you've written the letter, this is one of the things I always say. I say this about all proposals. Read it aloud. Finish it up, look at it, and then read it aloud. The best way to catch errors in anything you write, whether it's an email or a letter to your grandmother or a proposal or a cover letter, is to read it aloud. You will catch an error quicker than anything if you read something aloud. So read your cover letter aloud. And then you might, oh my goodness, I can't believe I said that. I meant to say this, and you'll catch an error. But also, of course, have somebody else read it. Have somebody else proof it. Make sure you have zero errors in your cover letter. You don't want any errors anywhere in your proposal, but the last thing you want is an error in the very first thing they look at. Again, I mentioned about addressing it to a specific person. If at all possible, you want it to say, Dear Mr. So-and-so, Dear Mrs. So-and-so. You want to make sure you have their name spelled correctly. Even if they have a simple name, try to verify that, because any name can be spelled strangely. But it's good to verify it. Look it up, look on their tax return, look it up online, call and ask. If you absolutely cannot find a name, you look on their website, you call and say, and they just say, just send it to us. Then of course you can send it to the Board of Trustees, XYZ Foundation, and then you can say, Dear Board Members, or Dear Board of Trustees. But don't say Dear Sir or Madam. Don't say To Whom It May Concern. It may concern everybody. Don't say any of those throwaway salutations. Say Dear Board of Trustees. And go from there. So, okay, let me see what time it is. A little bit after 2. Yeah. Okay. Let's do one more slide and then we'll take a break. We won't take a break yet. Okay. Let's continue on just for a few minutes. So we're going to talk about the narrative, teamwork review, proposal submission, final tips for success. Let's just talk about the narrative for a few minutes. So the narrative is where you're writing, telling all the things that we talked about earlier. You're going to be talking about, you're telling your story. And if you're writing a proposal that you're going to submit hand carry, for example, where you're going to be writing some of those components, your history, the project description, those kinds of things. Or if you're doing an online proposal and you're filling in those blocks where they have big blocks that you click on and it says, tell us about your proposal, or, anywhere where, and they give you 2,000 words or 2,000 characters or 300 words. That's what I'm talking about, what I call your narrative. It's where you're writing sentences and paragraphs and blocks of storytelling, okay? Couple of things I want to say about that. First of all, if you are doing it in an online portal, what you want to do is you go on there and you see the first question says, tell us about the history and mission of your organization, and they give you 2,000 characters. You want to open up a Word document to write the answer to that question. Write it in a Word document so that you can do all your best writing, check your spelling, all those kinds of things. Get it all down. Then you just simply copy and paste and put it in that box over on the online portal. You don't want to try to write it in the box they provide you because it's always a very small box online. It's you can't do spell check in it. You can't fix anything. You can't catch mistakes, and you can only see about 4 lines of text at a time. So never ever do that. Don't ever write in that box. Write it in Word, check it, tweak it, correct it, etc., and then plug it into the box. Okay, so just trust me on that. Don't ever do it. You don't want to do it. Not a good way to write. But if you're writing it in a narrative that you're going to actually put in a lovely folder and put in the mail, of course you'll be writing it in a Word document. So a couple of things. Well, let me just tell you something. I guess the most common mistake that I know people do in grant proposals is that they write one proposal and then they send it out to everybody. Send the same proposal to every funder. They write the same narrative, same story, and then they just send it to every funder, thinking that everybody will like the same thing. So recently I had an opportunity. Someone asked me, so they were working on 3 grant proposals, and would I take a look at them? And normally my rule is I'm happy to help somebody, but I would have no time if that's all I did was read people's grant proposals. So I always tell people, if you've been to one of my workshops or something, I'll look at one proposal for you. I'm happy to do that, but I can only do one because there's 20 people logged on here right now, and if everybody asked me to do one, that would take a ton of my time. But anyway, this person, somebody that I care about, and she said, I've got 3 proposals I'm working on, and I'm almost done with them. Would you look at them? And I said, okay, give them to me. I'll take them home. I'll look at them. So one was to a corporate foundation, one was to a family foundation, and one was to a foundation that is managed by a trust, a bank trust department. So 3 very different funders. The corporate foundation, that's a business. The people that work there, their job is not to give away money. Their job is to run a bank. But they put some money over, and so they appoint some employees to read those applications and give away money. The family foundation is some family members. It's named after someone in their family. They're quite wealthy people. Once a year, they all get together, they read the applications, and they give the money away because in honor of their grandparents. And so, it's all about honoring their grandparents. And the trust department, the one that's managed by the trust, this is a woman who died years ago. Trust officers at a bank manage that money. We know nothing about them. We don't know which trust officers look at it. We don't know what they care about, what they personally care about. We know what the lady cared about, but she's been dead and gone a long time. So really kind of shooting blind there, except, she cared about families and children or something like that. But what I noticed immediately was all 3 applications that had been written were virtually identical. Virtually identical. Each one of them asked for different things and different questions, but kind of similar. They all wanted to know about history of the organization. They all wanted to know what the program was about. They all wanted to know the goals and the impact on people. And they all wanted to know a little bit about timeline. And they all, of course, wanted to know how much you're asking for. And this person had written the first one and then just cut and pasted into the second 2. And so what I knew was this is not the best strategy, and this is not her best work, because quite honestly, she was cutting corners. She just took all the time and trouble to write one and plugged it into the other 2. And I thought the way she wrote it might appeal to one of those audiences, but it was not going to appeal to all 3 because there was 3 different audiences. It'd be like you're putting on a play that's meant for children, but then you're going to show it to old people, and middle class, hardworking people or something. You can't have one thing that appeals to 3 different audiences. It's not going to work. So it's very important when you're thinking about your narrative that you're writing to the person who's going to read it. Everything you write is going to be read by somebody, some person. It may be going to a foundation, but it's going to be read by a person, and that person who represents that funder, they have some preferences, something they're looking for, something that they want to fund, and that your job is to remember to figure that out and then write for what they say they want to fund. If you're writing to a business corporate foundation, they may be more interested in the economic impact of low literacy than a family who's funding this because their grandfather had to drop out of school in 2nd grade to support his family and never got an education and suffered as a result. So the biggest mistake people make is thinking they can just write one proposal and just shop it around to every funder. That's why you have to get to know what these funders are, look and see what they're interested in, get to know the people, have a relationship, have some idea, and write your narrative as a story, as an ask, so that it fits to what they're looking for. So when you're thinking about your narrative, how does it sound? How does it look? What are you actually saying? And how are you telling the story so that it fits with that funder? Now, a couple of things that, as far as the actual narrative, and this is just form, you don't want long paragraphs. Nobody wants to read long paragraphs. If it takes up half the page, it's too long. You don't want things like lots of semicolons and colons. I had read one the other day that was a long paragraph and it should have been bullets. They should have bulleted some things, but instead they just wrote it in narrative, and it had like a phrase, semicolon, a phrase, semicolon, a phrase, semicolon. I think there were 11 semicolons in one paragraph, and that's not going to work. I tell people if you can do a very simple chart, you can put those in your narrative, but it has to be very easy to read, very simple. Something, maybe like a little box or something that shows growth in a program, but it has to be very simple and very obvious what you're trying to do. If you're going to write a proposal where you're going to cover lots of different topics, use headings. Just put the heading in front of each paragraph. So this is our history, this is our program, this is the impact, these are our goals. Just a simple, maybe 14-point font, underlined in bold, and then write that paragraph so they can easily find the parts of your proposal. When you look at it after you get it done, just lay it out and look at it. How does this look? Does it look pleasing to the eye? Does it look confusing? Can you tell what page comes after next? Have you numbered the pages? If you have, are they in the right order? Is it easy for people to tell that each page belongs to your proposal? Do you have a footer so that if somebody drops them, they go to make a copy of your proposal and they accidentally drop the pages and they go everywhere and they pick them up? Are they, oh wait, whose does this belong to? Can they tell that each page of your proposal actually belongs to your proposal, or might it be somebody else's? I don't know, because the pages aren't marked and I have no way of knowing which one belongs to which page, or which organization, I'm sorry. You want to make sure that all of that is correct. The main thing, again, as I said, one of the things you want to do is read it aloud. And how does it sound to you? Does it sound like it makes sense? Do you have lots of acronyms in there, or the language that we use but people outside of us don't use? Is a bank trustee officer going to know what those words mean? Are they going to be able to understand our terminology that we use? If they aren't, don't use it. Spell it out. Make it clear. Be careful about using abbreviations. I also saw in a proposal recently, and this was kind of personal preference, that someone, it was for a food bank. And so they used LB for pound all through there, 3 pounds, 3 LBS. And I thought, it looked like slang to me. I mean, why not just write pounds? I just thought LBS looked casual or something. Uh, but I realized if you work in a food bank, and you probably write LBS all day long. You're measuring food, you're weighing food, you're bringing food in, and so you probably write LBS all day long. But when they wrote their proposal and they were talking about, how many pounds of food, they wrote LBS. But to me, I thought that just looks too casual. So spell out pounds, because people in business who aren't in the business of food bank probably don't write LBS all day. So those are the kinds of things. And even we do that. We write HSE. I saw a proposal recently where someone put HSE. Now I know HSE because it's high school equivalency, because I did that for so many years. But the people on the street still say GED. But even GED people don't know what that stands for. They might know what it means in general, but so I always use high school equivalency because I want people to learn that it's different from GED. So be very careful about using those kinds of abbreviations, those kinds of terms when you're writing your uh, narrative. And then when you write the narrative, go back and look at the 8 components. Well, one of those was attachments. But go back and look at the 7 components that I said should be in every proposal and make sure you have all those things. Do you have the history? Do you have the goals? Do you have all those things that I said belong in there? Make sure that you do if you're just doing a free form narrative. Now, many foundations, the bigger ones especially, do have a website, and they'll say on there how to apply. Be sure you include, but sometimes they'll just say, include um, statement of need and a copy of your financials or something like that. Well, you don't want to just send that. You want to make sure you include all the pieces of it. And that's why I included that in the slides, is the 8 components, to make sure that you send a full, robust, complete application. It doesn't mean you need to send 30 pages. It just means you want to include all the pieces so they can get a good idea about what your organization really is about and what it looks like and what you're doing and how you're impacting people's lives. So, okay, so we're going to take a quick break for about 15 minutes, and we'll come back. Let's see, let me see what time it is. So I've got 2:25. So let's come back about 2:40, and we'll wrap up. We'll finish up and wrap up, and we'll get finished early today, so everybody can get on to do other things. So I'll check the questions, and like I said, we'll wrap up a little bit early, but we'll be back at 2:40.
Any questions for this session?
Yeah, I don't see any. Okay. Okay, I think we'll start back. Looks like we have most of our people back. Excuse me. I titled this section Teamwork Review because the best grant proposals are those that are really, they may be written by one person, but the whole process involves a team, particularly as you get toward the end of the process. When you've written or are beginning to get toward the end of the writing process and you're getting close to starting to get ready to submit the proposal, it's great to have a team to help you. It's great to have a team on your side. And well, I mentioned earlier that sometimes you really have to have a team helping you from the beginning if you're needing somebody to help you gather some statistics, helping with some of the financial information. If you work in an organization or you have those kinds of people that can help you, sometimes you don't. When I was at Tarrant Literacy Coalition, we were a very small staff, and I was writing proposals, and I was the one who had to get the finance stuff, and I was the one who had to get the statistics and the numbers together. And I was kind of the person who did it all. But even in that case, as I was writing, still when I got to the end, I had a team of people who helped me do the very last parts of it before I hit send or before I put it in the envelope and took it to the post office or delivered the proposal. And that was who I called my final team, my review team. Those were the people who actually looked everything over before I submitted the proposal. So those are the people you want to find a team to help you. You want to think strategically about who would that be. I've already mentioned the importance of having people to proofread your proposal. And when I talked about that, I was talking about people who had good writing skills, people who had the ability to catch uh, proof, writing errors, grammatical errors, spelling errors, those kinds of things. And that's critically important. I always suggest to people that they have two people who can do that. Again, somebody that you know is a good writer, somebody that understands what you're doing and can catch those kinds of errors. I was super blessed at Tarrant Literacy Coalition. I mentioned to you the three ladies I had, but they moved on to other things. They didn't stay on my board the whole time I worked there. So I was fortunate then to have a couple of other people that I met along the way that I asked, would you be one of my grant reviewers? And they said yes. And pretty much they were always available to me. I mean, as time went on, they made themselves available. Of course, when I was working on a really big project, I always would touch base with them and say, I'm working on a proposal. It's going to be due on such and such date. I never wanted to be submitting proposals on the very last day. So if it was due, on such and such date, my goal was always to get it finished at least a week before. And so that meant that I would be asking them to be looking at it maybe a week before that day. And I would be saying to them, I'm going to email you some stuff, or if they were close by, I had one that person named Joan Grigsby. Many of you may know her. Joan and I shared office space, so I was able to say to Joan, are you going to be in the office? Okay, I'm going to bring some stuff over to you. She was wonderful to look at information that I was giving to her. And in her case, she actually played a dual role for me because she could proof things for just proofreading, looking for spelling and grammar errors and typos and things like that. But she also was able to proof my proposals for content because she knew what we did. She understood adult literacy. She understood if I said something that just didn't make sense from the standpoint of content. She was able to say, excuse me, I'm losing my voice a little bit. She was able to look at it and say, wait, Kathryn, I don't think that's what you meant to say. I'm not sure if I understand that. So that was super to have somebody that had that kind of ability to do it. And it's great if you can find somebody like that. Maybe you have a board member that's involved in education or someone that truly understands your program. However, you should also find someone who doesn't know what you do, who can read your proposal, with the same eye that a person who sits on the board of a foundation who doesn't know what you do can look at it. So if they read it, if a person who doesn't live and breathe what you do every day can read the application when you ask them to, read it, and if they say, I don't know what you mean by this, well, guess what? Neither will that person from that foundation know what you mean by this. So if you've written a sentence in a way that makes perfect sense to you, because you do this every day, you live it, you breathe it, you know it, it's your passion, and you write it in such a way that you are very clear about what you're saying. But a person who only knows maybe a little bit about literacy, or whatever it is that you do, if somebody else on the outside reads it and says, I don't know what you mean by that, then you need to know that, and you want it to be somebody that before you ever submit your proposal, you need to hear that. So find somebody. Maybe it's one of your best friends. Well, your very, very best friend may know it may be too close to the process, but maybe it's another person that you know from the community. It works for another nonprofit. Maybe y'all can trade off. Maybe it's someone in a civic club that you belong to, at church, just someone that you know that you could say, could you do me a favor? Could you read this and tell me what you think? A good example that I have for you on that is that years ago, I had a really good friend who worked for an arts organization. And I love the arts, but I'm not an arts person, so I don't know about the arts. And she wrote a proposal. She'd been to one of my fundraising grant writing workshops. And she asked me, she said, would you look at this proposal? And I said, sure. And I read it. I didn't have a clue what she was talking about. She had all kinds of arts terms in there, acronyms and words and sentences. I had no clue what she was saying. It was all about, she was trying to raise money to train young people who were interested in the arts. But she had all this stuff about arts. And I told her, I said, I really don't know what you're trying to do. I don't understand this terminology. And she said, really? And I said, no, I don't know what you're saying. She said, oh my gosh, okay. She took it back, completely reworded it. I mean, I marked all the things that I was like, I don't know what this says. Completely reworded it, came back. It was that she wanted to do an internship program where budding artists that were just getting started that wanted to do art would work with established artists in the community, spend some time with them, kind of be their gophers, helping them as far as just stuff they needed done, so that they could focus on their art. But she thought that by doing that, they would learn a lot by kind of sitting at the feet of these artists, and it would be great for them and great for the artist and all these kinds of wonderful things. It was a great proposal, and it made perfect sense to me then. And so she submitted the proposal and she got the money and she did the project, and it was wonderful. But the way she had written it initially, I just didn't have a clue what she was talking about, because it's all in arts lingo. And if she had sent it to some arts organization funder, maybe they would have understood it perfectly. But to send it to just a general foundation in the community that maybe didn't know much about arts, I think they would have said the same thing I said, which was, I have no idea what she's talking about. So it would be the same way in literacy, if we wrote a proposal that was really deep in the weeds about pronunciation or testing or whatever, and somebody was like, I don't know. And it reminds me of a time when I went to speak to a foundation director, a president, CEO of a large foundation. And I was talking with him and telling him what we do. And I said something about, I used the phrase, well, you know how the GED does blah, 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 blah. And he stopped me and he said, no, Kathryn, I don't know anything about the GED. That's your world, not mine. And I realized he was right. He didn't know anything about the GED exam. I knew everything about the GED exam. I did it all the time. He knew nothing about it. And that was just verbally I said to him. I didn't write it in a proposal, but I had to be reminded that this is what I do all the time. It's not what he does all the time. So having someone to read through your proposal who can check it for things like grammar, misspelled word, a comma where it doesn't belong, a capital letter where it shouldn't be, those kinds of things is great. Find yourself a good writer and have them look at it, and make sure you get some people that can read through it, that haven't looked at it over and over like you have. Just like I mentioned earlier, when I had Michelle here in our office look at my proposal, and she caught that I had left the R off the word Parker, and I had looked at it. I wasn't even noticing that. She caught it instantly, and that would have been very embarrassing and wrong, because it was asking what the legal name of our organization is, and it's Parker, not Parkey. So she caught that instantly. But also, she looked at it. She was the last person who looked at it before I submitted it. And so she came back and said, well, let me ask you something about where you said da 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 da. And I was thinking that isn't exactly how we do it. Don't we do this, this? And so she and I kind of brainstormed about a better way to say that. So she made my proposal stronger because she was looking at it with a totally fresh eye. And she hadn't read it 5 times, 6 times like some of the other people had. Again, I mentioned this before. I think one of the best things I do, and I've heard a number of other people say this too, is reading the proposal aloud. Get a quiet place, no distractions, and read your whole proposal aloud. That is a great way to catch your own mistakes. It works. Proofreaders will tell you that. And it's just a great way to listen to what you're saying. A number of years ago, I wrote a quite lengthy proposal for health literacy to a funder. And so it was different than anything I'd done. I hadn't worked in literacy, but maybe a couple of years. And a local healthcare organization approached us and asked us to write this proposal together with them for health literacy. And I did. And it was very lengthy and quite convoluted and quite complex. And I read it aloud to my husband. He was thrilled, as you can imagine. But in reading it aloud, I found so many areas where I was like, oh, wait, that isn't what I want to do. That isn't what I want to say. And then I would correct it. So I went through the whole thing. I read it to him aloud. I changed things up. And then when I finished it and read it, I read it to him aloud again. And needless to say, he was completely thrilled for me to read that again to him aloud. But he did. He really was very helpful, because he stopped me and asked me a couple of questions several times. And I was like, oh yeah, no, wait, that isn't what I meant. And so I was able to change it up. But reading aloud is a great proofreading technique that people will tell you. Okay, let me see if I can, my slide's not going. There we go. Okay, so I've already talked a little bit about submitting your proposal and online versus mail delivery. One of the things I didn't mention, if you're doing an online portal, again, foundations like Dollar General, a lot of corporate foundations, United Way, have an online portal where they send you the link, or you find the link on their website if that's what they tell you to do. You go in, you create a username and a password, and you start your proposal. You don't do those all in one setting. It's way too much work, way too much information. And so you start out, and of course, it always starts with, or often will start with you answering some questions, because they want to make sure you're eligible. So they'll have you go through a little test. Are you a 501c3? Are you asking for money for an organization or individuals? If you say for an individual, you can't do it, because they don't give money to individuals. They give to organizations. And then they may have a few other questions like, are you asking for money for to support a fundraising effort? And you want to say no, because they don't want to do that. They want to fund a program. And so you'll just answer a few qualifying questions. And you get to the end, in Dollar General, it'll say, do you have a Dollar General store within 5 miles of where you are? Well, I think there's a Dollar General store within 5 miles of everyone, but anyway, you can put your zip code in, and yes, you do. And so you get to those qualifying things, and then it'll say, all right, you qualify to submit a proposal, and then click on this link, and you click on it, and then you do a username and a password. And then oftentimes the very first question is, what is the name of your project? And so you need to have a name. And it can be the name of your organization if you want, or you can come up with a project. Like when we did Project Best, the name of our project was Project Best. Okay, and so then you start writing, and you're filling in blanks. Again, name, address, phone number, website, email of the person that we're going to contact, things like that. Some of those are just fill in the blanks. Some are drop down. It may, what is the state? You click on that and it drops down and you choose Texas, and then, you go on. And it'll maybe be 6 or 8 questions to the bottom of that page. You get to the bottom of that page, and if you have to, well, usually it'll say save and go on. Many times it won't want you to go on unless you've filled in every blank. You can't go on. If you try to go on, it'll say you didn't answer question number 3. Well, maybe question number 3 was, how much are you asking for? And you're not sure yet. You're like, I'm still working on that. I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know yet. I want to get started on this, but I haven't quite decided if we're going to ask you for 5,000 or 6,000. And the only way you can go on is if you put something in that blank. So what I always do is, if it's a number field and I don't know the answer to it yet, I put 99999. Okay, it's only going to let you put an answer, a number in there. And I want to put a number in that will obviously look wrong, so it'll catch my eye. So that when I go back looking, I'm going to immediately see 99999. First of all, I'm not asking for $999,990. So I know by 99999, that's a red flag to me, and I need to fill that in. But if I don't put anything in, it's not going to let me go to the next page, and I need to see what they're asking on the next page. So I put 99999, whole string of nines. If it's a block and it says, describe your program, and I'm like, I don't want to do that today. I'm not in the mood to describe my program. I want to go on to some other questions. Then I just type in the words placeholder. That's all I type, placeholder. One character in there will let you go to the next page. So I type in placeholder, and then I get down to the bottom and it says save and go on. And I save and go on. You always want to save. If you don't save, the next day when you go back, everything you put in is gone. Your name, address, you're starting over from scratch. So you want to say save and go on. Now, with those onlines, as you're working on them, you want to save a lot, save often, save often. The power could go out in your building. Your computer could just decide at that moment it wants to die. Horrible things can happen. Always save frequently, okay? So save and go on. You go to the next page, and it asks you whatever it asks you. You fill in as many things as you can. Any field that, again, if it's a number field and you don't know the number yet, how many people did you serve last year? And you're like, I don't know. I got somebody looking that up for me. I can't remember. 99999, or as many nines as you can fit in there. That's a way that you can, when you're looking back on it and you're scrolling through and going, what else do I need to answer? Oh, there's all those nines. I never did put in how many people we served last year. It's a good way to check it. And then placeholder, placeholder, placeholder. Because when you get to the very end and you've looked at every question they have, you're all the way at the very end, you'll get to the bottom and it will say submit or save and print, or save and it'll allow you to, up at the top right maybe, to print the whole thing out. And you can print it all out, and you look at it, you've got a piece of paper, multiple pieces of paper in your hand, and you can easily see, well, there's a 99999, I need to go back and answer that one. Here's a 99999, I need to go back and answer that one. Here's a box where it's asked me a question, and I just wrote placeholder, so I need to go back and answer that. It makes it very easy for you to see what you have not yet answered. So I was helping the young woman here where I work, Director of Development, on one the other day, and I had told her that a couple of weeks ago because she hadn't done one of these before, but she forgot. So I left. The grant was due later that day or something. I left, and then I heard later that later in the evening she was finishing up, and she starts hitting submit. She had not gone further, and she starts finding questions that she didn't even know were on there. She gets to the next page, and oh wow, they're asking questions she hadn't even seen because she had not gone past where she had submitted information. She was just doing it as she went. And so she hadn't put a placeholder and gone to the next page and put placeholder and gone to the next page. She was just filling information as she went. And so she got to some surprises on the last page that she didn't even know those questions were there. You don't want to do that. Always go all the way through the application and see what they're asking you. And the way to do that is to put 99999 to hold the number of questions, and put placeholder in the in the narratives, so you can get all the way to the end and see what they're asking you, and then go back and start filling in the blanks. Also, remember that I told you, any narrative question, see what the question is, go over into Word, type your answer in, edit it, proof it, make sure you select what you want it to say, and then copy and paste it into that box. One thing that you will find, if you haven't already found this, if you've done some, they may tell you you have 2,000 characters. You type it in Word, you use your word count up at the top, and it tells you you have 1,992 characters. And you're like, great. And you copy it and paste it, and in the Word box on the online portal, it will tell you you're 11 characters over. That makes no sense, right? Because in Word, it said you had 1,992 characters. You put it in a box that tells you for 2,000 characters, and they say you're over 11 characters, or 25 characters. And it has to do with how they count spaces in those boxes. They count spaces as characters, Word does not. So you have to go back to your Word document and edit. And you, over time, you'll get very good at doing that. You'll learn that you can cut out words. You don't quite have to say it that way. If it's a word count, you learn that you can use contractions. You'll just learn that you don't have to, like in our case, our name is Parker County Center of Hope, and we learn to say Center of Hope, or we learn to say the center, because that cuts out a whole lot of characters and a whole lot of words. So you just learn to cut down, and then you copy and paste again and put it in there, and hopefully you're within the word count. And if you're not, you can't put it in there. They won't let you. So you have to erase it out, go back to your Word document, edit a little bit more, get it a little smaller, and put it back in. So you get better at that as time goes on. Meanwhile, you're editing in your Word document in a big screen with plenty of space to see, not in some little bitty tiny box on an online portal. Okay, so let's see, what else do I need to tell you? Oh, one thing when you're doing online, underlining, when you're putting it in the online box in the online portal, it doesn't accept underlining, bold, italics. It always just defaults to an online font. It doesn't matter what font. It always just takes their font. So if you write it in Word and you think, oh, I'm going to use underlining and bold and all these kinds of things, it doesn't matter. It will go to straight, what looks like, everyone I've ever done looks like kind of Calibri or something, a straight plain font in the online portal. So if you want to emphasize something, your only choice is to put it in all caps. That's your only choice, because that's the only thing that will allow you to do it. So if you want to say, try to have some bullets or something, you can, or titles, you can do that in all caps, but that's the only thing you can do. And of course, anything that you write in your Word document, save that for later. Save it as a document for that grant, so you know what you wrote in that grant. When you finish the online grant and you hit send, you get down to the very end and you say submit, and you'll click on submit, and it will say, are you sure? Because once you hit submit again, that's it. It's not coming back. You can't get it back. And so this is it. But after you hit submit, everyone I've ever done allows you then to go in and print off a PDF of everything you sent. So you'll have a copy of what you submitted. But I like to keep a Word copy too from what I have done. Let me see. I think that's pretty much what I wanted to tell. Of course, the deadline. Online grant portals, if you're doing them online, usually shut down like at midnight of the day of the deadline. So it's not like you can think, well, I know it's due today and it's getting close to midnight, maybe if I can get it in. But at midnight, the ones that I've done that I know of, I haven't ever done it, but I've heard people say that at midnight it shuts off. So it's not like you can squeeze it in at 12:15. The online portal just is locked, so you can't submit it after that. If you're mailing, of course, mailing your package, I already mentioned that you can Of course, I like to hand deliver, but if you are going to mail it, you need to mail it by certified mail with a little green card. Of course, you can do overnight mail if you're very much at the last minute. You can do that. You're going to pay for it, obviously. I don't believe, I try not to ever do overnight last minute mail. But if you're going to mail it, be sure that you mail it in plenty of time for it to get there by the stated deadline, if there is a deadline. Some foundations will take applications any time of the year, but most of them have a specific time when their board meets. So if they meet in October, they want the applications in by August or September, and oftentimes they'll have a specific by September 1st for a board that meets in October, something like that. Oh, one other thing you can do, if you submit an online grant application and you happen to know how to contact the people, maybe it's, well, like in Fort Worth, we have Lockheed Martin, which is, of course, a big, they make all the airplanes and things like that. So they're local here, but they have an online application that you submit to. You can submit the application, and then you can always just mail a regular letter to the person who's the contact person, where they would get a letter in the mail, much like a cover letter you might submit with a proposal that says, thank you so much for considering our application. We've just submitted it through the online system. We're eager to hear, et cetera, et cetera. We welcome y'all to come out for a site visit. In other words, just like you would attach with a full funding application, but it would just be sent to a local person, because they're going to be opening those online portals and looking at them. So it's just kind of a little personal touch to go with the online system. We have another large business that has a very large foundation in Wichita Falls, in Fort Worth, that also does an online thing. And I used to do that with them. I would send it through their online thing, and then I would send a personal letter to the director of their foundation just saying, thank you again for all your support. I've just completed our application via the online portal. We look forward to hearing from you, all the same kinds of things I would say. But she would get a letter from me in the mail, and I just thought it was a little bit of an extra touch. So that's one of the things that I could do to make it, just a little bit extra. So, okay. So one of the handouts, let me see. That works. Yeah. One of the handouts that I provided, if you got the handouts, was kind of the top reasons for proposals aren't funded. And so I thought I would just run through these. We have time to do this quickly. Run through the top 10, or no, it's actually more than 10, the top reasons that proposals aren't funded. This is information that I got from somebody, but it's based on someone who surveyed actual funders, foundation people who said, tell us, what are the most common reasons you don't fund a proposal? That's what this is based on. So I'm just going to run through these pretty quickly. But these are the top reasons they said they didn't fund an application. Number one was failure to follow the instructions precisely. So foundations, and whether they're corporate foundations, family foundations, they put out directions on how they want to receive applications. It's on their websites. It's in printed materials that they put out. It is available through, when you look at GuideStar, or which is now Candid, oftentimes it's available in the materials that they have published through those, on those sources. You can call them and ask them how they want to receive applications. It's available in all but the tiniest of foundations. Community foundations make it very known. It's well known. They make it known to you. It's easy to find out what they want. And so the most common thing is they say, we tell them what we want. We tell them when we want it, what we don't want, and they just don't follow our directions. So the solution is find out what they want and do what they ask you to do. If they say they want 5 copies, send them 5 copies. If they say they want 1 copy, send them 1 copy. If they say they want it by October 1st, send it by October 1st. It's not difficult. It's just doing what you're asked to do. The second most common one was failure to clearly state goals and objectives, and clear goals and objectives. And by that, really what funders have told me, and I've talked to a number of funders, is, well, we know they want the money. We just don't know what they hope to accomplish with it. You just don't know what they expect to do. We too many times they just ask for money. They're just give us the money, trust us, give us the money, and they're just not going to do that. They need to know specifically what do you expect to accomplish with this money, and how do you expect to make a difference for somebody. So you should have a goal. You should know what it is that you expect to do with the money. Third thing, poor grammar, spelling errors, or factual errors. Really, I think in general what they're saying is just poor presentation. It'd be no different than if I went to meet with someone to ask for a major gift. I'm asking for $5, $10, $20,000, and I just do a poor job. I just show up sloppily dressed, kind of don't have my stuff together. I show up 15 minutes late. I kind of throw my stuff on the table, and then notice it says factual errors. I just can't tell my story right, and my story doesn't make sense, and I misstate the population of my community, or I make some misstatements about how things work. Imagine if I did that in person, who's going to give me money? They're not going to. They're going to be, I just didn't present myself well. I just didn't make a good impression. And if you did that, even though you were doing good work, I think that a person's thought, your thought would be, my thought would be, if she can't even pull that off, can she really run a good program? Can I really trust her with thousands of dollars if she can't show up here on time and kind of get herself together and make a decent presentation? Probably not. I'm probably not going to trust her with thousands of dollars. The next one is cost padding or insufficient cost research. One of the things that I remember that my husband talked to me about years ago is I'm a nonprofit person, born and bred. I mean, it's all I know. I graduated from college in 1980, and I got my very first job working for a small Baptist nonprofit, and that's all I've ever done. It's all I know. All I know is cutting corners and trying to get stuff donated. I am nonprofit, but my husband is business. He is out of the business world. He knows numbers. He knows what stuff costs, and he knows it from a business perspective. And he's an accountant. He is an accountant. He doesn't do accounting now, but he is an accountant. He was a CPA for many years. He knows numbers, and he can just look at something and know if the numbers make sense. And I have to kind of look at it a little differently, and I look at it with a nonprofit eye. And so when you're meeting or sending things to foundation people, they're business people almost always. And so numbers click with them, and they can look at it. And again, if I submit a proposal that says I need $2,500 to buy a computer, but really what I meant to say was to buy 5 computers, and I just had a typo, they're going to catch that instantly. That's going to catch their eye far more quickly than if I don't tell my story about my ESL student quite so well or quite so correctly, because they don't know ESL, but they know computers and they know money. And so things that don't make sense in my budget will catch them. They'll notice that quickly because they're business people and they deal with that kind of thing. So it's really important to research your costs correctly, research costs appropriately, and state them correctly. Don't just guess. I've had people tell me, I've looked at budgets before on grant applications, and I would question them, and they'd like, well, I just kind of figured it was going to cost us that. Well, in this day and age, there is no reason to kind of figure anything. I have an iPhone sitting right over there. I can look up the cost of anything in 5 minutes. I mean, I don't need to guess on anything in a budget. I know exactly what anything's going to cost, and I can do it very quickly. And that didn't used to be that way, but it is now. Proposal that's incomplete or incompatible with the donor's intentions or guidelines. I already mentioned that. If a funder, if they're interested in education, literacy, family support, the kinds of things we're doing where we're changing people's lives, perfect, excellent. But if they're not interested in that at all, they don't have anything to do with what we do, and you submit a proposal, I mean, they're not going to fund it. And they get a lot of those. Any funder will tell you, anybody who has money And word is out that they have money, whether they're an individual or they're a funder, a foundation. They get lots of proposals that have nothing to do with what they say they want to do. And you can tell what they want to do. Again, look at their $9.90 on GuideStar, look at their website, look at their annual reports which they publish, talk to them, look and see what they're already giving money to. And if it's not what they're doing, don't waste your time. Of course, that failure to meet the deadline, again, if their deadline is October 1st, don't send it to them on October 3rd or 2nd or 10th or December or whenever. If you don't make their deadline, they're not going to fund you. They don't play around with that. Let's see, failure to clarify. Hang on a second, I turned my page too soon. And I can't see it up there because of my camera. Oh, failure to clarify a plan of action. So your whole proposal is just about what the problem is, but not what you're going to do about it. They're not going to fund you. They need to know what you're going to do. And I've seen some of those. I've read some proposals that were well written, but I couldn't tell what the person intended to do to resolve the issue. So don't forget to don't leave that out. Don't forget and leave that out. Okay, next one, repeatedly submitting the same proposal. Now that doesn't mean that could sound like two things. One is submitting the same proposal to multiple funders. That's no good. That's not good at all because every funder is different. You'd be like, going and telling the same story to everybody. But also submitting the same proposal year after year to the same funder. I know, because I had a conversation with a lady from Dollar General Foundation when I was up at the national conference a couple of years ago. But that some organizations, they write to Dollar General, they ask for $5,000 and they get it. And then the next year, they literally send the exact same thing again to Dollar General. Well, guess what? They're reading those proposals. They actually are. And if they look at it and say, this is exactly the same words they wrote last year. Are you doing the same thing? Sure you are. But don't write word for word. Don't just copy and paste it in again. They look at these proposals. Funders look at these proposals. They know that. And they're going to notice that you didn't even bother to change it up. Write something different. Write it a different way. Don't keep asking a foundation for money year after year and sending them the exact same words. That's not good. Over-reliance on grant funding. I had a gentleman from a large foundation in Fort Worth. I was talking to him about funding, and he asked, one of the first questions he asked me is, what's your budget? And I told him. And then he said, how much of that comes from foundations, from grants? Fortunately, or unfortunately, because I would have liked it to be more, but I told him it was only about 15% of our budget. And he was like, oh, okay. But there are some organizations where 70, 80% of their money comes from grants. And oftentimes that's a couple of big grants. And that makes people nervous. That makes funders nervous. They want to see that you're getting money from individuals, from foundation grants, from organizations like United Way or Rotary Club, or different groups within the community. They want to see some diversity. Mostly they want to see that you're getting money from individuals, because generally if you are, you're not in trouble. You're not at risk of losing a big chunk of your funding and closing down or losing programs, because if you're getting it from lots of individuals, that's what they like. They want to see that you have one or two events during the year, because events are usually funded by individuals, but they don't like it if they look at your budget and see that all your money is coming from grant funding. Failure to recognize the donor for past support. So if you write to a foundation that 2 years ago gave you some money and you don't even mention that, and when they gave you the money 2 years ago, you never thanked them, that's not a good idea. So be sure that you recognize in this proposal if they've given it to you before, and certainly if they do give you some money, make sure that you appropriately thank them and stay in touch with them. I got some money years ago. I worked for a hospital. I started the foundation at a hospital, started the giving program, and I got some money from a foundation that was in Dallas that was interested in small, kind of rural hospitals. And we had a big fundraising gala at the end of the year, a New Year's Eve gala, and I sent them an invitation to the gala. And they called, the gentleman that ran the foundation called to tell me, he said, we won't be able to come. I mean, it's New Year's Eve. They weren't going to come to Wichita Falls, Texas. But he said to me, but thank you for inviting us. We never get invitations to stuff like this. And he was in Dallas. And I was like, really? And I said, well, you're welcome. And I said, well, you're one of our bigger donors. And he said, yeah, but nobody invites us to their stuff. And I was just so surprised by that. And I just made a real point of continuing to send him things that we did and things that we had, because I remember that. And I was like, I'm surprised, but okay. And so I just tried to remember to keep him updated with what we were doing, even though he was an out-of-town donor. Okay. Failure to articulate benefits and results of the project. Again, same thing. You get the money and then you're on. So often we're so busy, we're just on to trying to find money for the next one that maybe we forget to let them know about what their money has done. Proposal lacks a hook. I always tell people when if you're writing a fundraising letter or sending out a fundraising email, that you want people to read it, and as they're reading it, as they're getting toward the bottom of it, you want them to say, where's my wallet? Where's my purse? I need to give these people some money. That you want them to have that hook that really makes them want to give. And your funding application needs to be the same way. It needs to be that when somebody reads it, there's something in there that hooks them, that makes them say, we've got to do this. Not just that we want to do this, but this is one, we got to do this. We can't let this one not get by us. This is something that this has got to be on our yes stack. You want whoever reads it to become your advocate, that they're going to go to the other trustees or the other people in the office and say, hey, have you read this grant application? I don't know about what else we got in this time, but wait till you see this one. This one really, this is something really good. Listen to this story. Listen to what they wrote. So make sure the hook is always going to be your story. Make sure that you tell the story in such a way that it will hook somebody, that it will make them say, I want to be a part of that. And let me tell you what isn't a hook. Statistics are not a hook. Mission statements are not a hook. Wonderfully written goals are not a hook. You've got to get the story in there, the flavor. You've got to be able to incorporate how you change somebody's life, the impact it has on someone's life. Again, remember, you want to be able to incorporate, here's the person when they come into your program or enroll in your class, and here's the person at the end, whether it's 3 months later or 3 years later. This is the changed person. This is the changed person. That's what we talk about all the time here. This is how they were. This is how they are now. This is the hook. This is the changed life. This is what we do with people. This is what we give them. This is how we help them become different than they were when they started. That's the hook. That's what people want to do with their money. They want to see somebody's life truly, truly changed. Okay. Number 13, sloppy presentation. I kind of already talked about that. It just looks sloppy. It's not well done. Poor formatting, misspelled words, all those kinds of things. Asking for too much outside the funder's giving level. They're giving $5,000 to everybody and you're asking for 50. That's the last one on that. Oh, and by the way, that was there is a handout that goes with that. And so if you've got the handouts, you will be able to see that. There is a last handout. We're going to wrap up here. Last handout that I'm not going to go over, but it's called Websites and Resources for Fundraisers and Nonprofit Directors. And it has, different websites that I find are helpful to me. There are so many great websites out there, so many great resources. If you just put in the search bar, grant writing or anything, you will find so many great ones. It's easy to find great resources now. I started doing this many, many years ago when we didn't even have oh gosh, I hate to say it, we didn't even have computers. We didn't have any of this kind of stuff, any of these kind of resources. Now we have everything. It's so great and so wonderful. But so I just gave you some of the ones that I really like that have been super helpful to me. And so I just want to close by saying, looks like we still have maybe 19 or 20 of you hanging around. Thank you for staying with me all day. This has been one of the craziest things I've ever done, just sitting here talking to a screen. But I thank you for joining us today. And I thank you for following along. And I know some of you sent some questions. I think Emily's probably taking care of those. But if not, we'll get back with you. My email address is there on the slide. You can do my work email address, which is Kathryn@centerofhopetx.com, or my Gmail account email address, either one, which is also on the slide. So Emily, do you have anything you want to share?
There's just two questions that are in the queue right now. Do you have any words of advice for applying for government funding?
Yeah, don't do it. No, no, I'm just kidding. I've done lots of government grants over the years. They're great. They're a lot of work, and there's some big money out there, big money that you can get through the government. A couple of things. One is that they are time consuming to write. They usually have. I always used to say government grant funding doesn't have strings attached; it has ropes attached. So there is a lot of reporting required for generally for any government funding that you get, whether it's local, state, federal. I've gotten lots of federal funding and state funding. The money is there oftentimes, and it's available. They're complex applications typically, and they're lengthy, and there are lots of reporting requirements once you get the money. The other thing that is can be challenging is they flow with the whims of politicians. So I worked on a huge project that I worked on for nearly a year in the planning when I was at Tarrant Literacy Coalition with the Austin Coalition and the Houston Coalition. The three of us worked together for nearly a year on a project that we thought was for sure going to be funded. Many tens of thousands, well, actually several $100,000. And then we had a government shutdown and the whole thing went away. So, and that was all because the two sides were fighting with each other. And that was heartbreaking. So, that's kind of what happens with government funding. That obviously wouldn't be happening if it was a family foundation or something like that. So we learned a lot through the process, but we spent money getting ready to apply for that. And then it all went away because the Reds and the Blues started fighting and everything went south. So, you can do it, and you can, just be aware. And then if a different a different party gets elected, the priorities change, and your great program just may shut down almost with no warning. And so, there's always, do it with caution, I guess I would say.
There was another question. It's from Kathy Weeks. She said, "Where can we get local statistics?" Kathy, could you quickly write down what you meant by local statistics?
While she's writing, let me just tell you, from the Census Bureau website, you can get all the way down to county level. As far as educational attainment, demographic, you can get all kinds of demographic statistics from the Census Bureau website. And so you can find out in your own county, how many people, what the high school graduation rate is. You can get all kinds of poverty data. And I think county is probably as local as you can get from that.
Chamber of Commerce city website. So that was different. Yeah. That's Kathy's and Catherine's. Okay, she said that helps. So. If you think of anything else, you can always email Kathryn. We've put her email address in the chat several times. Put it in one more time for you. you think of anything later. She's gonna get the chat log if you've asked her a question, or if she wants to expand on it later.
I'm sure that you all will also receive some kind of an evaluation to fill out
Yes.
from Literacy Texas. Please do that. It's helpful to me. It's certainly helpful to them, and I always welcome your feedback. And let us know how it went. Let us know how it was experienced to watch a all-day Zoom workshop since we've not done it before. I would love to have your feedback.
Other than that, I think we're good. I'll leave it open a little bit longer if anybody is doing some last minute typing or thinking. You can finish up your thought. Other than that, thank you, Kathryn. That was very, very good presentation, very informative. I learned a lot myself. So.
Okay, great. Well, again, thank you all for participating today.
I'm going to shut it down. Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day, rest of your week.
Thanks, Emily.
Thank you.